Good morning, Kakamega. Good morning, Kakamega. Are you happy to be here? Welcome to Western Region Comrades Chapter, UDA Comrades Chapter. We are bringing together people from Bungoma, students from Bungoma, Kakamega, Busia, and Vihiga. You are free to actually also engage online, take a selfie, talk to other people, tell them that you're here because this conversation also happens online. Take a selfie, get a point that is actually said here, the mood, share it out there. Our hashtag is hashtag Comrades Chapter. The keywords in whatever text that you will put up is, of course, UDA Comrades Chapter, Kakamega UDA. We are beginning the town hall today. We are at Bishop's Term in Kakamega. We have got our panelists already in here. On my extreme end is a student, Mr. Simiyu. He will be actually sharing your part of the feeling on the panel. We have got Professor Machuki, who is a member of the Presidential Council of Advisors. And we PS Susan Mangeni in charge of the SMEs. She primarily takes care of our serious project called Hustler Fund. We'll be talking about that. I have got Mr. Njue here from the National Employment Authority. Then please take care of the voice. We are losing the voice along the way. We have got Faith Nora Lukosi, who is the Director of Youth Fund. She will be fielding questions on access to credit also. Then we have got Mr. James Maina, Director Housing. All of them will be speaking to us. On the extreme end is my co-moderator, Uba. You can actually have a mic, and we have got in. We distribute microphones, please. Uba Hussein, she will be the co-moderator with me. So also we have got various visitors with us. I'll also be introducing them as we move. Just walking in is the National Treasurer, Honorable Jafet Nyakundi. I have got a number of MCAs in the house from UDA. We have got other directors in the house. I'll be introducing them at a later time. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. We've got directors from UDA, members of staff, and of course you, our honorable guest today. So, right on. I don't want to go so far in this conversation. P.S. Susan, newspapers reported a few weeks ago that you are planning to raid our M-Pesa. Of course I know, because I do public affairs, I know you did a statement. But you know a lie goes around the world before the truth puts on its pants. Are you still planning to raid our M-Pesa? Tuanzie tu hapo kwanza, before you tell us about anything. You okay?
Can you hear me? Kakamega mpo. Western mpo. Malipo, you should have been a little bit soft on me because you know I come from this region. So when you start asking me, I want to raid M-Pesa account first, you know, you want my brothers and sisters to run away from me. So I'm Susan Nauma Mangeni. I'm the PS for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. So this is the first time in the Kenyan history since independence that we are having a state department that focuses entirely on small businesses, if you like, that MSME sector. And why do we focus on MSME sector? One, MSME sector is what drives our economy. Number two, it's the MSME sector that creates close to 90% of jobs in our economy in this country. Unfortunately, most of jobs are informal, and that's where majority of Kenya reside. The MSME sector, as in the State Department, where I reside in, we take care of close to 18 million Kenyans out of the 20 million potential workforce that we have. So this is a very critical sector. And it took the foresight and the good vision of His Excellency President William Ruto to think of just focusing on this sector, because this is the sector that is going to create jobs for young people, and especially the comrades. I'm also a comrade because I'm still learning. You know, so long as you're still learning, you are what? A comrade, isn't it? But after we learn, where do we head to? So what is my work? Before I come to your question, you know?
That question is important.
I will still come to your question. So you remember, during campaign, we talked about bottom-up and how do we make sure that we form a government with the hustlers. How do we create opportunities for Kenyans, especially young people and women who reside at the bottom of the economic pyramid, to participate effectively in the economy? So we had to create a room through which you can enter into economy. And so my work is to see how do I colleges, in universities, those who are out of school, so that they can enterprise their spaces and put money into their pockets. Munakumbuka tukisema kazi ni kazi, bora pesa wapi? Mfukoni. So I'm the one who is supposed to come up with ways of helping the government to realize that. Now when it comes to your question, Arnold, first of all, that was a misinformation. That was a misinformation, because as a country, we respect the law, and everything we do it within the law. And we respect privacy. And so, and I know why you're asking that question, because of what some Kenyans owe me. Isn't it?
Yes.
What they owe the Kenyans. Yeah. Because that's what some Kenyans owe me. Isn't it?
Yes.
What they owe the Kenyans. Because Hustler Fund is powered by our own revenue, isn't it? Our own taxes, our own public money. So it belongs to Kenyans. So what were we trying to achieve with Hustler Fund? Young people who are here, because majority of them are young people. And it's very important for them to know. We realize for us to do business, the biggest obstacle has always been access to credit, sinukweli, and especially access to affordable credit. And when you're a young person, you don't own means of production. You have no title deed. You don't have land. You're not employed. You have nothing. You have no collateral that you can take to the bank. So how do we make young people to access credit so that they can invest in business? So that's how we introduce Hustler Fund. So Hustler Fund is supposed to help you with the experience of building your creditworthiness, so that when you go to the bank, they do not ask you bring title deed. They look at the credit history that you've had over time with Hustler Fund. And if your credit history is good, iko positive, watu wanaona una uaminifu, unaaminika, just based on that, people can take risk on you. Because most commercial banks, they do not want to take risk on our young people because they are considered as higher risk. And you're trying now to solve that. And that's how we had Hustler Fund. So after 2 years experience, I have this group, segment of the population, they just borrowed once, and some told us, hiyo tulijilipa kwa sababu tulipiga kura. Si ndio hivyo? Hiyo 500 tulifanya nini? Tulijilipa, si ndio? Wengine wakasema, hivi. Lakini unajua, ukijilipa is not the government you're punishing. We wanted to give you an opportunity. Ukiomba 500 lipa, you build up your credit history, so that when you finish school, if you are in college, or after experience with the Hustler Fund, you have broadened your file, your credit file. Ukienda kwa bank, wanakuelewa kivingine. Wanaweza wakakuamini. Sasa wewe unajaribia CV hata ya kwenda kutafuta. That's why we said those people who borrowed once or twice and ran away, the good thing is that we know you, we know where you live. Kinipatia tu namba yako ya simu, najua mahali unaishi vizuri, najua ID yako, because we use identity card. So it is not lost. Iko tu kwa nyinyi hapa. Najua wengine wananiangalia, naona madamu la amekuja kwenda na sisi hapa. Sijakuja kwenda na nyinyi, because lazima tusaidiane tuwajenge muweze kuwa na ule uzoefu wa kuomba pesa na kurudisha. So it was a misinformation. There is no way we can intrude people's privacy without having a legal framework for that. But again, that's not to condone also bad behavior of borrowing and not repaying. I don't know kama utaniuliza swali lingine.
Thank you.
Swali haikuwa mzuri,
Thank you.
lakini sawa tu.
You've taken care of that very well. Please clap for her. So, Madam PS, while you didn't come here, I actually engaged them. Walisema wako na deal, tutalipa, usikue na haraka. We will take care of it. I have Uba here. She has got a question.
My question, as introduced, my name is Uba Hussein. My question goes to the Director of National Housing. Are there any collaborations or partnerships with technical institutions to provide the necessary skills required in the housing sector and in construction at large?
Thank you. Let me first of all say that in affordable housing program, we do have several benefits that the students can get directly. And before I answer your question, let me say the first benefit that the student can get is that we are building student hostels for all the TVETs, KMTC, university, and TTIs. Currently in our budget we have 188 institutions that we are funding to build student hostels. This is out of learning that out of almost 1 million population of students in the country, only approximately 10% are accommodated within the university. And wherever they go, it's quite expensive, and parents are coughing a lot of money to accommodate their students in a very good environment. Again, also, the environment is quite poor. There is a lot of insecurity, and therefore, one aspect for direct benefit is that we are going to provide affordable housing student accommodation for our students. The other one is a collaboration in all the programs that we are having. Particularly students working or studying directly related fields of the construction industry, we are providing attachments. In the course of the students' work, they are required to go for attachment, sometimes for 3 months, and this one we are accommodating a student wherever we have a project. And of course, during that period, we also pay them something to accommodate them in the course of learning. That's a direct, very direct benefit. The other one, after completion of schools, to assist the student gain skills and development, we do take students in our projects in internships. Some we employ directly, while others are employed directly by contractors, and these internships help gain skills. I think those are very, very key areas that the students can benefit. And let me say also this one. When we were going out, parents spoke out, and they said they will support this program if we are able to ensure that their students or their children can be funded by way of building hostels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I'd like to speak to Professor Machuki. I'd really love you to, first of all, speak to this new funding model. Of course, we know it's in court, but as an advisor to the President, I'd really love you to take a little bit of time and just explain to us why we had to change. A lot of questions actually come in, sometimes surprisingly from learned people like students, why we had to change and what we are trying to achieve with that. So just take them through the journey so that we understand. That question is important because that if it was working, why are we fixing? Kindly.
Thank you very much, moderator. comrades power. I hear they also say comrades wisdom. You whiz wisdom. Okay? Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to appreciate this very important engagement over and above advancing policy conversations in this town hall with the comrades. It is really an opportunity to engage where there is a very important asset that is in action, and that is the intellect. So this is an appropriate context for us to be able to engage in this exercise, to both put across issues that are of policy concerns to our students in universities, and also be able to do mentorship in terms of leadership. Allow me to come into the question that has been posed to me, but to also weigh in what P.S. Mangena has pointed out, that Hustler Fund was meant to take most of us from the predatory lenders who had cajoled us into borrowing with very high interest rates. Failure to pay, you are blacklisted and taken to CRB, and then you cannot have any credit worthiness at all for you to be able to borrow. So one of the principles that anchor the president's strategic intent is decriminalization of work, and also democratization of the economy. All that is under the micro, small, and medium enterprises space, and therefore the issue of equity. The higher education funding model comes in also to entrench constitutionalism on an aspect of equitable treatment of students. The funding model that has been in existence was too much discriminatory in this sense that when students will be admitted to universities or placed by the Kenya Universities and Colleges Placement Services, all students who will be placed on regular or government-sponsored programs, they will get funding at the same level, regardless of their economic background, regardless of their level of need. And therefore, within the Kenyan society, all of us know that we have those who have and those who do not have. That is how our society is structured, the haves and the have-nots. And therefore, students from humble background for a long time have been left out, and or their level of need was never consideration in the differentiated unit cost. In that differentiated unit cost, the government was also living a lie. One, it was based on a capitation formula that government pays 80% of the differentiated unit cost, and the household and other contributors pay 20%. But the very first time it was implemented, government was only able to meet up to 67% of the differentiated unit cost. And over time, then, the capitation that will go to the universities will not be adequate to fund the universities and to be able to provide quality programs and quality teaching and learning, as well as research. And therefore, over time, universities accumulated pending bills that made them to, some of them to be declared, insolvent. Within that particular context, so those two things are very important. One, that the differentiated unit cost never considered the student's level of need. Funding was given to a student so long as you have been placed in a university, whether you need that funding or not. And it was standard across. And the second thing is that government was never able to meet its part of the bargain for a long period up to the year 2022-2023. Those two aspects, together with the fact that the differentiated unit cost was never comprehensive in articulating or in bringing on board all the parameters that will go into determining the exact cost of offering a program. So those aspects were analyzed, and it was established that the differentiated unit cost had weaknesses, had gaps that made most of the universities diving into insolvency, that made students from humble backgrounds not to access higher education, and therefore that inequity was to be sorted by the new funding model. How does the new funding model work? The placement of students in universities and the funding are now disjointed. Once you have been placed in a university and you have received a letter of admission, the letter of admission indicates the cost, the exact cost of the program, and then an applicant is, a student is advised to apply for the loan as well as for the scholarship. So the new funding model has a loan component and a scholarship component. When you apply, there is information that you provide. That information which you provide goes into building what is called the mean testing information. And the mean testing instrument takes care of your economic well-being, so that students who come from humble backgrounds and the students who come from backgrounds that are able, the information that is provided is cross-referenced, is cross-checked, is validated by other databases, and then you are categorized. The categorization is based on household bands that have been established by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics study of economic survey of 2020, and established that households annually that earn 5,559 and below are very vulnerable. And those that earn or have their income of 120,000 and above are the most able. In that continuum, you have 5 bands. And those are the ones that are used to then, together with the information that the applicant is providing, then it goes to build your mean testing instrument to determine your level of need. So then what happens? To those that are very vulnerable, the percentage of the scholarship is 70%. Scholarship you don't pay back to the government. Scholarship is government funding you, 70%. So if you are undertaking a medicine program that is costing 720,000, first, the university is negotiated with the government to subsidize and take care of 15%. So out of 85%, government funds 70%. And then the household is paying 5%. The rest is the loan component. So from the vulnerable to the most able, the loan component keeps increasing. The scholarship component keeps decreasing. the household component keeps increasing. So for those who are from able backgrounds, you have higher loan component, you have a lower scholarship component, and a higher household component. That way, because that demonstrates the level of need, we are then able to equitably share the resources, allocate the resources available according to the level of need of the students. And again, the old funding model, every university had vote with the treasury, and it would go one way as capitation, and some universities may not be able to provide information as per the number of students. The new funding model follows the student. It is student anchored and not university based. So it goes with a student who has applied, expressed the level of need, and then the funding follows you. Within that context, then, it was considered that the new funding model, one, will deal with inequality, two, the resources that were to be provided to universities. Universities were becoming bankrupt. Now, universities have been well funded, even though some of them are still having historical issues, but the budgetary allocation to higher education has now gone up, courtesy of the new funding model, dealing with the inequity and inability of the vulnerables to access higher education in our system. Thank you very much.
Now that we've heard from the experts in the room, I think we should give a chance to my fellow comrade, Fred. Fred, what's your take on the town halls? Do you think that it's impacting on the students positively, negatively? Do you think that there are more opportunities since the inaugural event that took place in Bomas? What's your take generally?
Please pick a mic there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Naitwa Fred Simiu from Bungoma. Okay. The comrades, the main meeting, the social hall meetings zenye zinafanywa kwa halls, it gives chance to spot leaders. Maybe the party wants to scout out those leaders when you watakuwa very active in politics, maybe in future to come. Again, that's where comrades will share out their ideas without any fear. You know, most of the time, comrades hawasikiki. Uki air out your issue, no one will take it seriously. Because hausikiki, you don't have the network to link to those people whom you want. So, these meetings will help to scout out or to make comrades share out their ideas very well. They will need inclusivity, maybe in the party or in government. So these meetings assist comrades to get what they want. Again, in our current government that is headed by His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, we need leaders who are very young. For example, in this UDA party, I've spotted only, I think, one, who is Brian, Honorable Brian. It will be better kama mungetuongezea viongozi wengine kwa party. Sisi kama comrades tukue na our say, because maybe you are, let me say, youth are very flexible. Ukipatia mzee role ya youth hawezi fanya, and that is true. So comrades wanahitaji kukuwa represented very well, hata kwa cabinet ya the cabinet ya president. Utapata we have only one youth, who is Eric who? the Minister for Agriculture, for water, sorry, the Minister for Water, I think age yake iko inaenda ku expire very soon atavuka hiyo upande wenu, so sisi tutabaki na nani kwa hiyo cabinet ya rais? So tunataka youth comrades wakuwe represented very well. I think that's all. Thank you.
Please clap for Brian. He raises pertinent issues. It's important to actually underscore the same. That is the reason why we have got these Comrades chapters. We are out here, number one, knowing that the future of our politics and policy conversations is not in rallies and it's not in boardrooms, because we cannot have all Kenyans in boardrooms. So we do town halls so that then we can have these ideas. Just to surprise you, that the Constitution in Article 260 defines youth as anybody who has turned 18 and not turned 34. The treasurer later on atasimama, utaona ni kama watu watatu wako pamoja. He is actually a youth. So hamuko peke yenu, muko wengi. Anyway, quickly, Mr. Njue, you are from the National Employment Authority. What do you guys do? Because a lot of times people think like this National Employment Authority, muko hapa Kakamega, muko hii Western, watu wanajua kuna kitu mnafanya. Hii authority mna authorize nini? As in, what are you guys doing? So, what is NEA? What are you guys doing? Then I'll come back to you with another question, of course.
Thank you, Arnold. National Employment Authority is a very important agency. What we normally do is to assist job seekers to get jobs, and therefore we talk to various companies. We also register recruitment agencies, the ones that come to Kakamega, and they also go to other places to recruit job seekers. The registered recruitment agencies also export labor to various countries. That is why you hear of people going to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Canada, USA, Britain, and other countries. And we always say that if you have to go to those countries, please make use of a registered recruitment agency. Because we know that there are many unregistered recruitment agencies who come to you and tell you that they have jobs in South Africa, they have jobs in Qatar and other places. And that is why we always say the first thing that you need to do is to ask that agency, are you registered? If they say that they are registered, then you go to our website. That is www.neaims.go.ke. You search the name of that agency to see whether it is registered. If it is not there, then tell that person, sorry, you cannot take me to the place you want to take me because you are not registered. We also advise county governments on various issues on employment. We promote employment in various ways because in most cases we partner with Youth Fund, we partner with the Ministry of Micro and Small Enterprises, headed by our where our PSAs, and we are in 30 counties. We have our offices in 30 counties. Here in Kakamega, our office is at the County Commissioner's compound, opposite IEMPC offices. So if you go to our office in Kakamega, you've been given all the information that you need concerning employment. We do not just deal with foreign employment. We also promote local employment. And that is why, as I've said, some of these recruitment agencies, when they come to you, ask them the kind of work they do. Do they do local placement or they do foreign placement, because that one must be given to our stakeholders. Now, at the same time, we try to advise students on the various courses that they can take, because we realize that there's a lot of job mismatch. Students will take some courses, let's say accountancy, and after completing school, they start saying that they can even be salesmen, they can be drivers, they can be anything. Let us not say that we can be anything. Let us look at the skills that are in the market. And that is why we look at the demand and the skills that are needed by the market. And therefore, National Employment Authority plays a very important role to ensure that Kenyans get jobs. The other day, you saw our minister, Mr. Mutua, spearheading the recruitment of Kenyans who are supposed to go to Qatar. Did you see that? Yes, your time will come, and make sure that when you get the skills that are needed, please don't hesitate to look for a job outside the country. And if you get a job locally, take it with a lot of seriousness, because these days we have very few jobs that are available in the country, and therefore we have other people competing for the same jobs. So make sure that as a student, you work hard, get your degree, get your certificates, and other certifications, so that you become competitive in the labor market. Thank you, Bernardo.
Madam Faith, Director of Youth Fund, I have a question. Does the Youth Fund collaborate with any technical institution or university to provide training on campus? If not, are there plans to do so? If yes, examples of institutions or universities that you offer such trainings or workshops?
Thank you, Uba. Comrades, power! Mulembe boss! Thank you very much. It's an honor to be in Kakamega today. As a daughter of the soil, I'm very happy to be home. So before I come to your question about collaboration with TVETs and colleges on sensitization of comrades, first allow me to share what Youth Fund is all about, what we have for the comrades, and how they can access the support from Youth Fund. So Youth Enterprise Development Fund is a state corporation under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, with the mandate of promoting youth enterprise development, and we support young people to start or run successful enterprises through affordable credit facilities. We do training, we do mentorship and incubation, and we also offer market linkages. So in terms of offering affordable credit facilities, Youth Fund has the best rates in the market for the comrades. We have comrade-friendly credit facilities. Some of our products are 0 interest, while others have the lowest interest up to 8%. For the group loans, they attract 0 interest, and you don't need any collateral. So all you need is to just have a registered group and a bank account with a business idea. Then you can group yourselves within a group of 5 to 10 members, you register your group at the SDO office, the Social Development Office in the sub-county. Then you can visit our nearest office to get support on the products that we have. Youth Fund operates across all the counties, all the 47 counties. In most of the counties, we are based at the County Commissioner's office. So for the individual loans, they also attract the lowest interest in the market, that is 8%. And with group loans, you can borrow up to 100,000 for a start. Then it graduates up to 2 times. For individual loans, you can borrow up to 2 million for the first time. Then it graduates up to 3 times, depending on your repayment history. In addition to the loans, we also offer migration loans. The migration loans are where we partner with NEA. For the young people who have gotten an opportunity to go and work abroad, we support up to 300,000 to facilitate your travel to go and work abroad. While the Kenya Kwanza government is very deliberate on ensuring that there are enough jobs locally, we also want to encourage our young people to be global citizens, because the world where it is now, it's about global citizenship, and we are there to support any young person who wants to go and work abroad. Then we have asset financing. For the young people who want to purchase any asset for their business, we are there to support. We can finance any asset, whether it is a vehicle, whether it is a machine, whatever asset that you want, we finance up to 70%. Then we also have LPO financing. I'm sure most of you know about AGPO. How many of you know about AGPO? By show of hands. Yeah, I can see you are educated comrades, wise comrades. So AGPO is access to government procurement opportunities. This law requires that every government institution must allocate 30% of its tenders to young people, women, or people with disability. So unfortunately, the uptake of young people in the AGPO, the participation of young people in AGPO is usually very low. So Youth Fund came up with this solution of supporting young people who have gotten tenders in government for them to supply goods or services. We finance up to 70% of your LPO. So you have to make sure you have an AGPO certificate. It is free to get an AGPO certificate. You go to Huduma Center, you apply for it. If you have a registered business, then you can partake any tenders. You can check on IFMI's online. Nowadays there is so much information online, or you can even visit your local offices, government offices, to ask for tenders that have been allocated for young people. So that is what we do in a nutshell. And it is a concern, being here today in Kakamega in Western, it is a concern for me and even for Madam PS that the uptake of these affirmative action funds in Western Kenya is quite low. And we are encouraging you, young people, please take advantage of these affirmative action funds, especially in Western. Take advantage of these affirmative action funds so that you can start a business. You can transform yourself from a job seeker to a job creator. Even as you exit, most of you are, it is a very short stage. Within no time you will be out. Share this information. And also, whenever you get these funds from Youth Fund or Hustler Fund or any other, affirmative action funds from government, please repay. Young people have a tendency of, once they get the money, you go party after party, you forget to repay that money. Please repay so that other young people can also benefit. Comrade wisdom. Comrade wisdom. No matter how short your grandfather was, you must do your own growing. So the challenge is upon you to take advantage of these affirmative action funds that the government is offering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please clap for...
Oh, Maliba, Uba had asked about collaboration. First, I want to appreciate, we have not had any framework in place for collaboration with the colleges and the universities, but I want to appreciate that from this Comrades Forum, since we started the Comrades Forum, we have been able to work together with the leadership of the Comrades through the Comrades Forum, and we are now rolling out a strategy on how we can reach out to all the universities and colleges through the leadership of the Comrades so that we can sensitize you more about the products that are there. I want to appreciate UDA party for this platform. There is no other party that has ever come up with such a platform to engage Comrades. And I want to appreciate, it is a very good platform. Since we started up to now, there are so many youths. Right now we have around 15 youth groups that have already made applications for the funds. And I'm still encouraging you to also take advantage of this information to apply. When we will have a national forum for Comrades, we will want to know which is the best Comrades chapter that has done the best. And please, our brothers and sisters from Western, musituangushe. Sawa sawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible on this? Can you hear me on this? Okay. We've done the first round very well. I'll actually be coming back for the second one. But I love you guys mkue lively. Si tumeenda vizuri sana. Comrades power. Mnasema power kama mmekasirika aje. Nani amebatiza mtu hapa kwa maji ya ndimu? Kama jirani anakutisha mwambie usinitishe. We need to be easy up. Mlembe swa. Mlembe te. Mlembe mia. Mlembe power. Comrades power. Tuko salama. Tuko poa. Tuko Kakamega. Lazima kukuwe na nguvu hapa. Sawa sawa. Hello. So, a very quick one. I'd love to bring in the PS, but Professor Machuki akona deni yangu lazima alipe. So, kidogo tu. You know, Prof, you are the president's advisor. You guys are in a council. There's a little bit of a problem out here, especially vitu zinaenda na S, Chief, Sha. So there's too much misinformation about that and everything else, and there's been a sustained campaign along the way. I'd love you to also just tell Comrades here what the Social Health Authority means. How about Chief? You know, these are the authorities of information, where they come from. Si nyinyi ndio mkisema ni mwisho? Si mkiulizwa nyinyi ndio mwisho, si ndio? As in nyinyi ndio mwisho wa mawazo na maswali. So saidia Comrades hapa, because sometimes pia unapata wanasambaza fitina na ile information iko half-baked, like what Paul in the Bible says, old wives' fables. Yani fitina tu na story tu. So please take us through Chief Sha, but briefly, so that then you have got a third question. Everybody else will only do questions, you have got a third one. Ukikula time ni wewe nitanyonga. Mungu akubariki as you keep time.
Arnold, you could have allowed me to anchor the entire discussion on the president's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. As I said earlier, the president's intent is to entrench constitutionalism, institutionalize politics, move from personality politics to issue-based, and democratization of the economy, to get everybody to do work and focus on the bottom of the economic pyramid. On that particular aspect, then, all the conversations here, the president realized that we need to deal with 5 issues. 1 is to lower the cost of living. 2 is to deal with unemployment. 3 is to ensure there is revenue to everyone, and by expanding the revenue base, then pesa inakuwa mfukoni, by working and by creating more jobs. And 4 is ensuring that our relations with regard to foreign exchange, there is positive balance. And 5, inclusivity, inclusive growth. When you see all these discussions on policy, the entire policy conversation in this town hall is anchored on those 5 priorities. And to have a quick turnaround on those 5 priorities, 5 pillars were picked to have the shortest turnaround. The first one is agricultural transformation, that deals with ending or reducing exports of food items, reducing imports, increasing exports, and coming up or having food security. The second one is micro small enterprise development, and the PS has alluded to that very ably. The third one is affordable housing, and it has been very well brought out. The fourth one is universal health coverage, and I will deal with it. But the fifth one, which is another avenue through which jobs can be created, is digital, superhighway, and creative economy. So it is very important that this conversation is anchored on the government and the current administration's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and it is the first government to use its manifesto as a policy document to govern and manage the economy. On the universal health coverage, the reality of the situation is this, that many of us have found ourselves in WhatsApp groups contributing to medical bills. Mheshimiwa Chafet, you are in close to around 10 of those WhatsApp groups, medical bills, watu wameaga, and all those you are contributing day in, day out. That is one. The heavy burden on healthcare to all citizens in Kenya made it necessary that we universalize access to quality healthcare through universal health coverage. How does it work? Through a legislative process, the government was able to come up with 4 laws that anchor the delivery of universal health coverage. The first law that was passed by the current parliament is called Primary Health Care Act. That Primary Health Care Act gives the lower level health facilities to be strengthened through what we call primary care networks, and they are created at level 1 and level 2. And at these particular facilities, the government is then able to fund their services through what we call primary health care fund. And through another law, which is called the Healthcare Facilities Financing, previously, the government used to have capitation to counties so that counties can then be able to fund the infrastructure development of level 1, level 2, and level 3 healthcare facilities that are mostly under the county administration. But it became so difficult to have those funds go into the facilities. You will find that some of those funds will be allocated to build gates somewhere, to do some road, and the health care facilities are left dilapidated. So the act that is Healthcare Facilities Financing Act, ring fences the funds that are generated through user facilities, through allocation to counties, to go into those facilities and improve the facilities for purposes of enhancing quality healthcare. Now, the third law is called Universal Insurance, it is called Social Insurance Act. The Social Insurance Act is the one that creates the Social Health Authority. Social Health Authority is the one that administers 3 funds. Previously, it was just one fund called the National Health Insurance Fund. Currently, we have 3 funds, and I want you to get that very clearly so that you are able to get the difference, and I will also be able to explain how SHIV works. The first fund is called the Primary Health Care Fund. This one is government that pays to the primary health care facilities so that the public and the citizens will get healthcare services for free. The second fund is the Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF. SHIF is contributory. The reason why it has generated a lot of concern is because the citizens, those who are both in the self-employment and those in formal employment, contribute to the Social Health Insurance Fund so that as you graduate from level 3, you go to level 4 facilities and level 5, then insurance kicks in. And that is mandatory contribution. The third fund is called Critical Illnesses and Emergencies Fund. For those illnesses that are chronic and critical, like the cancers, those illnesses that are beyond level 4, the government is able to pay. Now, when you come to Social Health Insurance Fund, it is important to note that for you to be able to have access to the healthcare facilities, 1, 3 or 4 things have to happen. Number 1, you as an individual, at household level, there is a need for registration. You register into the Social Health Authority and you provide information. If you are employed, it is very clear that your contribution will be 2.75% of your gross income. If you are self-employed, you provide information that will then generate what we call the means testing instrument to give you the rate that you have to contribute the 2.75% about in terms of your gross income. And there are those that have been under the social safety nets of the government, the social protection. Those are called the indigents and the prisoners. Government pays for them. Now, before you register, then you cannot be able to access these particular services because your contribution is not yet determined. Number 2 is that the healthcare facilities that offer these healthcare services, the private, the public, and the mission hospitals, all of them have to get contracted by the Social Health Authority. So you have seen cases in the media where patients go to facilities and they are turned away. It is because that particular facility has not been contracted by the Social Health Authority. So if you go to a facility that has not been contracted by the Social Health Authority, it is unlikely that you can benefit from social health insurance because the facility is not contracted. It will ask you to pay because it has not been contracted. So what is happening is that there is a drive to onboard all the facilities so that they are contracted by the Social Health Authority, because Social Health Authority is responsible for strategic purchasing of health services from the healthcare facilities. Strategic purchasing of healthcare facilities from healthcare services from healthcare facilities. The healthcare facilities provide service. Social Health Authority purchases those services on behalf of the citizens. So if you are a contributor through SHIV, then, and you go to a facility that belongs to the primary care network, or you have been referred to level 4, then you are able to access. The last act is the Digital Health Act. Previously, issues of governance bedeviling NHIF, and I have said it before, that the claims management and claims authorization used to have human interface, and there used to be facilities that is a chemist, is a dispensing chemist that is registered in NHIF as a level 5 healthcare facility. Now, this chemist then manufactures claims saying that it has amputated 100 patients, men have given birth in that facility, and several other things, and then the claims go because of non-traceability. Then a lot of resources were going into those false claims. The Digital Health Act has created a digital ecosystem to, as much as possible, reduce human interaction, human interface. The doctors sign into the system, they get to prescribe for you, and it traces all the way up to the point you receive the medication, you receive the treatment, you are discharged, and it is traced in the digital system. That way, the issues of governance, the issues of risk management, the issues of fake claims, and all that have gone down. As at yesterday, 14 million Kenyans had registered with SHA, and we are now in the process of encouraging those who have registered to also onboard their dependents.
Thank you.
We are moving from individuals to households, right? And therefore, it is important that when this registration is happening in SHA, please also remember, if you have a dependent, many of us could be dependents to our parents, but I also know that some of us are individuals who have dependents. And therefore, it is important to take note of that. So the contribution annual that has been there is with regard to what are the prerequisites for us to be able to access the services, more especially based on the Social Health Insurance Fund, because that is where Kenyans contribute. This other one is government. The other top one, the Critical Illnesses and Emergencies Fund, is government funded. The lower one is government funded. The one that has got issue is where there is contribution by the citizens, the former NHIF now transitioning into SHIV. 1, register. 2, the facilities must also be contracted by Social Health Authority. And there are different packages for the different facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Clap for Prof. And just to remind you, it's important that you know how it's registered. You dial *147#. One country, 47 counties. *147#, then you are onboarded. I love to remind young people this way. You know, online, there's a lot of opposing and making noise. A lot of those people who are online making noise and telling you how SHA and everything else is not working are actually registered. So I want to encourage you. First of all, register. Tell the people in your family to register, and then come online and continue to resist. But register. Hello? Tuko pamoja? Register and then come online to continue joining others, because sometimes you are busy with people arguing online, then they are have you ever seen them have problems? So do the registration. Tell the guys at home to register. It's simple. If you can't go to a facility, if you cannot go to a cyber cafe, do it on a USSD platform. That is any phone, even Kabambe. Star 147 hash, and you are good to go. Comrades, power. Tuko salama. I'd love to. We have got 2 questions to the PS. Then we can get to the question and answer session. That is, we've actually spent 1 hour up to this particular point. It's actually so good. So some of the questions that keep on showing up on Hustler Fund is after individual loans, there was a promise of groups. How do we progress? How far are we? Because there are some good numbers that are out there, but then somehow guys keep on asking, so how do we progress? Hii ingine yenye tumekuambia tutakulipa baadaye, hiyo tunajua vile tunapata. Star 254 hash, we know how we get around that. Now we want to know how we get groups and the others. Just know vile tumesema tuko na mpango, kuna kakitu tunafanya, kuna deal, wale ulikuwa unataka kushughulikia tutalipa. But sasa how do we get it as groups? How do we move on? Then you had a question, Uba.
Yes, Madam Pierce, are there specific programs aimed at youth-led businesses in the agricultural and manufacturing sectors, given the high unemployment rate?
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, I was going to take an offense if you did not also tell our comrades on how to dial and repay. So Hustler Fund, get out your phone, whether it's a feature phone, smartphone, you don't need to have airtime. So just dial star 254 hash, Kenya, so that's the Kenyan code, star 254 hash. You can dial with me, there are goodies coming. Just hold your phone and start dialing with me and see whether you have my loan and repay. And okay, thank you. But before I come to you, allow me to veer off a little bit, because it's important probably to emphasize why this forum is very important, and also just to thank the UDA party for coming up with such an initiative. I am a beneficiary of such kind of forum. I've grown in political party systems. I'm where I am today because of having an opportunity to engage in policy level. I started off by putting posters, like most of us have done, right? By wearing, singing, doing all those things you can do. But again, it reached a point when we had to ask ourselves. So we keep on saying, and I saw you talking about this, that the future belongs to young people. The future does not belong to young people. It is the present that belongs to young people. Because the future belongs to those that the young people of today are yet to bring about, isn't it? And whenever I engage with the comrades, because I've had an opportunity while growing up in political party family to engage across the world. I've had experience with the Asian political system, with the US, with Africa, ANC, CCM, all over. And if you see a party that brings the young people on board, that party is very much concerned about solving the problems of its people. Now, I want to give you a quote, and I know most of you probably who are political scientists like myself. I first of all did political science before I now went to the stream of entrepreneurship. Frantz Fanon says, each generation has out of relative obscurity do what? I want to see political scientists in this room. Do what? Find its own mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Are we together? Each generation. Each young generation, let me talk about that. And so sometimes we have to ask ourselves, what is our generational mission as young people of today? If I were to answer that, our generational mission for this great nation is bringing about economic freedom, because that's what pains us most. Our generation is where we have majority of our people who are unemployed and in a space where we have no job. Let me shock you with numbers. Out of 20 million workforce, only 3.5 million Kenya are formally employed. Majority of them are not employed. Every year, we have close to 1 million Kenya getting into workforce. We are not even there for us who are yet to graduate. And you go there and you find millions of those who have not been employed. And out of the 3.5 million who are formally employed, the civil service, where I belong, where a few people here belong there, I think here, some of us belong here, apart from the student there. I think Professor now, you also belong there. And the MPs, the MCA belong there. Accounts for less than 1 million. And that's why anytime we are announcing for police recruitments, you see tens of thousands of people. Jeshi, everybody there. So what am I pointing to? I'm saying it is possible for us to start creating our own jobs even while we are still studying. And for me, that's the conversation that I want us to have today. And as I respond, beginning with her question, what programs do we have? My objective is to start working with you to start creating your own job before you even graduate. So that when you go outside there, you are fully economically secured. And how are we going to do that? I know many people look at me and they think I'm only having Hustler Fund. Beyond Hustler Fund, I have Kenya Industrial Estate. Kenya Industrial Estate is an institution which has been there for more than 56 years, since the beginning of Kenya as an independent state. And it was formed deliberately to give the African Kenyans an opportunity to invest in the manufacturing sector, because they realized they couldn't afford credit and compete with the white Kenyans. So today you can borrow up to 20 million, provided you have a very good idea. You want to do value addition in agricultural sector like what she was asking. And now speaking, while in this region of Western, what value chain are we looking at? We are looking at one, edible oil. I know you see our parents and our grandparents have been investing in sugarcane, but still we can do value add even in sugarcane. And most of us who are in school, I know we are coming up with very good ideas on how we can do ethanol even from sugar, how we can do other products from there. And so, if you are in that space and you are interested in venturing into the manufacturing, come sit down with me. We see how we can support you through machinery, through setting up your own cottage industry within your space, so that first you can create your own job and create job for the rest. I have micro small enterprise authority. I think this is where now we become very good friends. And one of the program, and I'm staring at 2 programs, which I'm rolling out this financial year and probably before the end of this second quarter. The first one is National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Nyota. And in this, my component there through Micro Small Enterprise Authority, who have also an office here, even KI have got an office here, we will be giving young people a grant of, we train you to ensure that you can come up and generate an idea that will help you, and we'll give young people between 18 to 34 years a grant. This is a grant. This one you don't have to repay. However, you must be in good books with me on my Hustler Fund. Why would I give you 50,000 when you ran away with 500 shillings? Are we together? So that's why you see now, I told you pick out your phone and make sure you are in good books. And so we will be targeting young people from every constituency, and we all belong to constituencies. And comrade, I will really want to give you an opportunity. So I'll be giving each one people in the next 5 years, a young person, 50,000, but after training you, and that 50,000 is to just jog your mind and see which kind of business you can do. That's grants. We were having that program with the World Bank. The second program, again, under the micro, which is being implemented through that agency, Small Enterprise Authority, is called Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation, KJET. Again, this is a program that is targeting young people. We want to work with young people who are looking at the manufacturing sector. We will co-invest. For example, you've seen we have county aggregation and industrial park, which we are setting up. Here in Kakamega, we launched one. In Bungoma, we have. In Busia, we have Nasewa Industrial Park. But who are going to invest in those places? It is us Kenyans. And where the majority of Kenyans are young people. So we came up with a project again. This one you won't pay interest. What we'll be doing, we co-invest. You want to buy a machinery of, let's say, 30 million. You cannot raise that money. So we can support you with 70% financing. And if you are a young people, you cluster yourself into a group. We give you, let's say, 50,000. If you are 10 people, that's about 500,000. If you are 20 people, that's 1 million. So you can put that 1 million there as 30%, and we do 70% financing through KJET project so that you can start investing in your own cottage industry. I'm not telling you a story. I'm telling you of programs that are ready to go. But I'm saying, I just want you people, first of all, to come and repay my hustler fund, be in good books, so that then I can give you those opportunities. But let me also, I want to answer your question. You ask me how many other products are we coming up with. So the first product of Hustler Fund is the personal product, the one that all of us know. So on 30th November this year, during second anniversary, we'll be launching one more product, and this one will be bridge product to usher you now into the SME loan, where you can borrow as much credit as you need, provided you have a good Hustler Fund credit score. On the very day, we will be also launching the Hustler Fund credit score, which is segmented. We have segmented scores into 3. So we have a bucket which is C. So be very careful to repay, so that if you read C, it means you're very poor, nobody can trust you. If you are B, you're fair. If you are A, you are extremely a good person. And to date, we have lent out close to 59.5 billion of the personal loan. So we are using personal loan as a base to filter out who are these young people, who are these Kenyans that are serious. If I had more time, I will give you figures up to your ward level to see how you are really interacting with this product. And then we have also been able to mobilize close to 3.3 billion Kenyan shillings in saving. So, and you know, as you borrow Hustler Fund, you've also been saving. So we are trying to disabuse that notion that we have Kenya maskini hohehahe. You have something which you are saving for yourself, which 70% goes to populate your pension, 30% will be there to support you. Lastly, and most importantly, is that this credit score, it will help the government now revolutionize the collateral system. We want the Kenyan economy and the credit market to move away from the conventional collateral system of title deeds, of payslip and whatever, now to start moving towards looking at your credit score. Your Hustler Fund credit score will be your new title deed. Now, do you have comrades from Masinde University here? Who are comrades from Masinde, Muliro? How many are they? Let me tell you. 2 days ago, there is an alumni of Masinde Muliro. So, we supported him to flag off a consignment of goods to Juba. He has a trading company. He's 27-year-old. His name is Felix Chege. He started trading while he was first year here. He started taking advantage of agri opportunities that she was talking about to get facility, to do tenders with the county governments and whoever will care to give him an opportunity. Today, he's owning the only trading company under AFCFTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Is a material of Masinde Muliro University, and that shows that our young people, if given an opportunity, you don't need to wait until you have graduated to make your 1 million shilling. And I want to work with you. I want you to take advantage of this opportunity so that we can start creating our own jobs even before we graduate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please clap for the PS. Now, we are coming to the open mic session. And during this session, we agreed that I will give you 1 minute for a question. And if you do not have a question and feel inspired enough to give a comment, I'll give you 2 minutes. Si tumeelewana? We spoke about that. You are 600 of you. I will need to give as many people an opportunity as possible. And all of you are scholars. Therefore, there's no one with a monopoly on questions, right? Hello? But as ushers take their positions, there are some gentlemen. I've not seen a lady, because the other lady I see is Director Grace. So there is Mogesi there. He's also a comrade. Those are our ushers. You catch their eye, they will direct me. I'll give you an opportunity to ask. We take questions in so many rounds. So ukimiss round 1, tutaenda round 2. Unatulia tu. Sawa sawa? So you ask your question in a minute. If you've got a comment, 2 minutes. Sawa sawa? But before we do that, as they prepare, just a quick one. There was an issue of youth. It was raised by Fred down there. I would love the Secretary General, Honorable Nyakundi, to actually respond to that. Please, Uba, get him that mic. Just as an intermediary, he will be coming in later on, of course, but I want him to speak to the issue of youth because our government has actually taken care of youth. And one of the reasons why I actually do this deliberately is because he is youth. Unajua watu huku kwetu wakikula wako sawa. So unaweza kufikiria ni mbaba na ni boy. So kusema kuwa mtabaki hamna watu, he will speak to that. But as he does that, kindly, I have seen some MCS. In a minute, please just raise up, upate mic na useme jina. Mbona waheshimiwa MCS wetu hapa, tafadhali. Daktari yuko hapa. I don't think there are so many MCS with a PhD, right? Magelo, please stand up. Uba, mic, please. At the tail end, of course, the treasurer and the representative of the SG will be having a conversation, so watajipanga. Uba, the mic, please.
Habari zenu. Naitwa Masi Luseno, nominated MCA kwa chama kubwa, chama cha UDA.
Pigia makofi.
Comrades power. Mimi naitwa Kevin Mahelo, alumni Masinde Muliro, alumni KCA, alumni JKUAT, MCA wa UDA. Tutembee pamoja tusaidie serikali. Asante.
Mwesh, kabla upeane mic. Rudisha hiyo mic ashiki kwanza Mwesh. Unajua ukisema alumni ukienda unajua easy degrees we earn them out of hard work. Usiogope kusema.
Thank you. I did my bachelor's at Masinde Muliro University. I did my master's at KCA University, and I'm completing my PhD at JKUAT. Thank you.
Clap for him.
Comrades power. Comrades wisdom. I'm Masinza Daphne, nominated MCA on a UDA ticket. Tumesikia chama Niku from Malava sub-county.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any other mheshimiwa kutoka Kakamega County whom we've not spoken to? Okay. I wanted the treasurer kusema tu kuwa vijana tuko sawa kwa hii serikali, then nitamleta baadaye apange kazi. Yeye unajua ndio nisipomwongelesha vizuri amlipwi. So nilikuwa nataka aseme hii serikali iko na vijana. Tafadhali treasurer, ndakuleta mara ya mwisho ufunge kazi, lakini ni vizuri
Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades transact. Comrades transact. Hapo kwa transact ni haja mpigi hiyo show. Comrades transact. Comrades wisdom. Comrades wisdom. A breakup should not find you. A breakup should not find you single. Hata sisi in UDA, the breakup did not find us single. That is why we have the broad-based government. Sindio? Thank you so much, all of you, for turning up for this Comrades chapter. I'm very happy to be here today on behalf of the Secretary General of the ruling party, Hassan Omar, on behalf of the chairperson, Honorable Cecil Mbarire, and most sincerely on behalf of our loved President, President William Samoei Arap Ruto. Maliba has just caught me unawares. I was busy here with my sister Antonella discussing other issues. But what I will tell each and every one of you, that the Kenya Kwanza government, now the broad-based government, because even the others are now inside. Sasa tuko pamoja. Sindio? Wale wengine walikuwa huko, tuko pamoja, tunasonga pamoja. I want to assure you, as the UDA party and as the Kenya Kwanza government, we are together with youth. Personally, in a few days to come, I'll be passing the youth sector. I was elected at 32 years old, but I'm about to get 35. What I'll tell you, in UDA, there's an opportunity for each and every one of you, and that is the reason the UDA party decided to start the Comrades chapter and work within the 47 counties to talk to the young people, because we believe the young people are the leaders of today. Someone like Hassan Omar, someone like our chairperson Cecil Mbarire, someone like Akina Babu Owino started their political career from chapters like these ones. And I believe that most of you will also get yourself into the political world, all into governance and legislation through such kind of forums. Sasa mimi sitaki kusema mengi. Mimi, I have one or two questions to these people behind me. These are very nice and eloquent, educated panel. My first question goes to Professor. Professor, I want to know, on the SHA and SHIF, you say you pay per household, me, my wife, and my daughter. If I pay the 300 shillings, for example, I am vulnerable. If I pay the 300 shillings, are the rest of my family, who is my wife and kids, catered for? Number two, what is the difference? Okay, number two, if someone goes to a dispensary, level 1, level 2, and level 3, does he pay even a single cent? This is what these people are asking. Number three, that is on SHA, now on SHIF, so that they get the difference. On SHIF, if you have someone who has maybe cancer, is the SHIF able to pay for them on the critical illness and emergency? When someone gets an accident outside here, when he goes to hospital, will he be told to pay first, or he will be treated and then other things follow later? Ama sio hivyo mmeniuliza? Ama sio hivyo mmeniuliza? Hiyo nimeuliza prof. Prof, unajua yeye ndio economist wa bosi. Yeye ndio economist wa HE, William Ruto. So akiwa hapa, yeye ni kama mona William Ruto hapa. Number two, on NEA. You know I'm very passionate about NEA, Njohi. On NEA, these people want to know. Sometimes you get their relatives, they have gone to some of those UAE countries, they've had their problems there. How can they be able to get their people back to Kenya? How are they able to help their people when they are there, to get in touch with them or something like that when they have trouble over there? Number 3, do we have a National Employment Authority office anywhere within the Western Kenya so that these young people can also go there and get a way of getting these jobs so that they can be able to go abroad? Because the other day, someone came to my office. I told him, go to NEA, apply, and go for the interviews that were there the other day. And apparently, he was a driver. He went, he was given a car, he drove, and he was successful. Currently, he is now in Saudi Arabia. Anaendesha huko gari sahi. He got a job with a record 1 week. So these people also want to know, is there an office within this area that they can go, follow the process, get a job, go abroad, assist their parents, and also assist our country in getting revenue in one way or another? Lastly, to my sister on Agpo. I'm a product of Agpo. I graduated in 2011. So 2012, I was outside. In 2013, when the county started, I started business. Through Agpo, I managed to get myself where I am. I was not lucky to be employed, but I thank God that the people of Kitutu Church North employed me the other day for the first time. So these people, how can they get advantage of Agpo so that they can be able to do business with government or private sector, and how are you able to fund these LPOs that they get? Because I think it got to a point we stopped being so strict on making sure that the youth, women, and people with disability get these jobs. We got people now registering these companies using their fathers. Someone like me, maybe I've gotten maybe to 37. I get someone, I register him, I give him few shares. So these people are not able to get these jobs. How can we make sure that we adhere to the 30% jobs for the youth and people living with disability? I don't want to take much. Otherwise, nitaongea wakati tunamaliza, tufanye ile kitu inaitwa transact. Comrades, transact. Comrades, transact. Thank you, Maliba.
Thank you very much. The open mic session is officially open, right? So, ushers, wherever you are, questions, you get a guy who has got a question. Get to an usher near you. Okay, at the end there, as we prepare. Yes. Get him a mic, kindly. The mic is on that end. Just a moment. Just a moment. I'll actually review this. Somebody else.
Comrades power. Comrades power. I'm Steve Biko from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. My question is, as the ruling party, we know the current situation going of lecturer strike. What is your take on lecturer strike? Because up to now, we can't attend our lectures, and yet we are using our resources. So what is your take on it? Thank you.
Just a moment before you sit. What did you say your name is? You are very fast.
I'm Steve Biko.
Steve. Yes. You know, Steve is putting on an orange suit, and he's putting on a yellow scarf. Totally broad-based. So thank you. Clap for him. Can I go in here, then I'll be back here? Just a moment. Somebody here? A mic, kindly. Ushers, please. You move fast, kindly.
Thank you very much.
Power.
Comrades, wisdom. My name is John Paul Monene, the Secretary General, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. My concern, as Biko said, goes to the. I will talk because I see PS Nyagla is not here, but I'll talk with the one in charge of employment, NEA. We have the ongoing lecturer strike. Have been, the negotiations have been very lengthy. We have wasted 4 weeks of our academic year. So with this, I would want to analyze and tell the NEA official on the situation on the ground. We are wasting our resources, our time, our finances. We have money. From the Comrades Constitution, you're not supposed to take 2 meals or 3 meals a day. You're supposed to take at least supper a day. But in the current situation, we are idle. So you just meet yourself eating. We are idle. If you are idle, we are meeting ourselves engaging in drug and substance abuse. If you are idle, we are engaging in unplanned sexual intercourse. So we expect to have financial crashes. We expect to have rise in STIs and other diseases in our institutions. My second question goes to Ms. Lukosi. Yeah, Ms. Lukosi. I've heard of the migration fund. My question is, do we have for students who maybe have access to visa, or you have maybe other to go and learn outside, or you have access to these scholarships? Is there a way that you can access those funds? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You be quick. Please remember it's one question per person or a comment. And quickly, the PS for higher education, Madam Beatrice Nyangala was supposed to be here, but she's solving the Moi University issues. It would be unfair for me not to mention that, so she sent her regards. She was supposed to be here. They thought that the negotiations would end yesterday, but somehow they spilled into today because Moi University must actually rise up, right? Because Masinde Muliro University formerly was a campus of Moi. So, ni vizuri tuhakikisha watu wa Moi pia wamefanya nini? Wamesaidika, sawa sawa. But then the person who will respond to your question is Professor Machuki. He's the guy to respond to it. To the extent, uko mwisho, Ashas, tafadhali, please help me. Okay, get him a mic. Your name, the institution, and question. The guys controlling the mics, please ensure that the voice is on. No, you don't wake up unless I've told you, kindly. Let's get him, he's already standing. Pass it, this one to him. Yeah. The guys controlling mics, please, sound, please. Mic, please.
Thank you. I'm Karani Tobias, a student at Kisumu TTC, alumni of Chamasir Technical and Vocational College. My question goes on higher education funding. So there has been a problem or an issue concerning the placement of students on these bands. And I saw where there was a problem whereby most of the students uploading of the credentials, especially the certificates of either the burial permit or the certificate of the parents, was a problem. So I don't know what is the board in charge of higher education, that is the HELP, and the Ministry of Education. I don't know what is this that you are putting in place to ensure that uploading of these documents becomes easier so that these students can be placed in the right band that they are supposed to be.
Thank you. At the back, there was a lady with a mic. Your name, institution, and question?
Well, my name is Medine Kesta, Masinde Muliro University, and I want to talk about my question is about the inclusion of youth in leadership and governance. And number one, I'm happy because I can see ladies are represented. We have in the panel, we have 4 men and 2 ladies. And I would wish for one day where we'll have 4 ladies and 2 men in the panel. And so my question goes to our two able ladies in the panel, that's Madam Faith and Susan. And I want to ask that maybe there is a girl here, even me, or a girl outside, and they would like to get to where you are. So my question is, what did you do to get to where you are? And maybe, and maybe if I may ask, do you have programs that will ensure that ladies get to the peak? That one day we'll have different ladies seated like where you are, and we'll say that that lady is seated where you are one day, courtesy of you. Thank you. May God bless you.
Nekesa, before you sit down, why didn't you recognize that the moderator, there's a co-moderator who is a lady? She's also on stage. So, around here, can I have that gentleman there? Your name, institution, question or comment?
Comrades Power. My name is Omolo Brown, Special Interest Secretary, Masinde Muliro University Students Organization. My attention is drawn to the skills gap that is in our youths today. And we realize that most skills development and technical institution, or rather technical education, is what the government has seriously concentrated on. And the youths in campus or other universities are finding a challenge matching the skills and the knowledge that they have. So what is the government doing to ensure that they curb or rather they reduce the gap in skills, and then they also ensure that there is more internship and we call it internship opportunities in short. And then lastly, we understand that this is the ruling party, and as youths we are proud to engage with the ruling party, and from where I come from, we say an injury to one is injury to all. At the same time, we also say that help to one is help to all. And because we have the treasurer of the ruling party, we have one lady from Kilifi County. This lady has serious problems, and these problems are economic problems. So I'm requesting that at the end of this session, the ruling party may come to the help of this comrade so that we enjoy together and ensure that we move forward as a nation and as a people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Even though he broke the rules, we agreed one question, akasneak mbili nikamwacha. Nimeona anatufanyia corruption, lakini sawa. Ushers, please, you are supposed to help me. Get closer to those guys so that then I don't make the choice. That lady, I want more ladies, please. I'll get you chair. Wewe utaongea mwisho. President utaongea mara mwisho.
Comrade Power. Power. My question to the ruling party is on mental health. Does the new medical cover under the Social Health Authority, SHA, include comprehensive mental health services for us comrades? Because it's a major issue to us, the mental health.
Thank you. Around there, I think the president from MUST had a mic at some point. I don't know whether we allow him to actually go. Kindly. Your name, institution, question or comment. The technical team, please fix the mics.
Thank you so much. Viva Comrades, viva. Viva Comrades, viva. By name, I'm Omondiala Nochieng. Omondiala Nochieng is the president of Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. And just a quick one to the Economic Advisory Council that is on the SHIF and the SHA. My first question will be, while the government is trying to address the medical issues in the country, what is the surety that we can have as comrades that our health facilities are actually, they offer better healthcare services? Because if you have a look at the trend that we are having, we are losing most comrades to illness. And by the way, what's the government trying to do? The next question is to the Boma Yangu. We have got the engineers seated here. We have got all sorts of people from even the TVET institution. In the Boma Yangu, what is the place for our comrades, especially those engineering? And to the National Employment Authority, you get to interview people and they ask you what they give us 2 or 1 year job experience. What is the National Employment Authority doing in terms of job shadowing and internship? If you look at also the issue to do with the export, I'm very happy with Dr. Alfred Mutua, who actually came up with the airlift program. What is the place of those who are now in the formal sector? Because we are being told that we are being taken to overseas countries to maybe do some informal professions. How about teachers? How about medics? How about engineers? What's their place in this? Lastly, I'm a teacher of English and literature, and it's my hope that maybe after next year, I'll not tarmac because it has been a challenge in the internship program for the teachers. Let me hope that the government is giving us an assurity that after kumaliza shule, we are going to get job and even provide job even in the blue economy in the bid to address the climatic action plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I allowed him a little bit of latitude because he is the president, right? So I'll pick one question here. Get it to this guy here. Here, this one here. No, I'm coming. Muna relax. Tuko na time. So just remain standing. Before he asks his question, Honorable Thuku and Honorable Nyakundi, there is a question from one guy. He sent me ameona ni kama labda sitamuona akatuma karatasi hapa. Anaitwa Collins Babu Otsembo, anatoka Kitale National Polytechnic. His question is, so I thought you guys would respond to it better. How will you empower me to participate in 2027 general election in my area? Because I am not well financed. The question is here. So, nyinyi ni wanasiasa, mtasaidia hiyo. Okay, kindly yourself.
Okay, thank you. My name is Victor Ruto, but my name should not be taken by the name of the, because we also
hold the mic well so that then ukishika hapa inakushika hivi chini, then go. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Victor Ruto. I'm from Kibabi University, and actually I have a question for the NEA, the National Employment Authority, and I want to tell you this, without even blinking my eyes. I want to tell you, I'm a teacher of history, and one of the things that have come up to these people so that we have unemployment in the country is because of the ignorance. And let me tell you this, whenever we have a lot of unemployment in the country, that is when we shall have these people going to the streets. You saw the gents, one of them came out because of that. Okay, you saw the gents, all of them came back to the streets, not because they wanted anything. It is because of the unemployment stories in the country. In 2017, I'm privileged to be born in this county where I am today. And my parents are again working in this county, the same county that I am. And I want to tell you this. In 2017, 2018, all of us wear the sufurias on their heads, working in the streets saying that we want this, we want that, we want this. It is because of the unemployment in the country. To the person, thank you today because it's a privilege. I heard Madam Pierre saying that it is a privilege for the UDF party coming up with these programs. And I also thank God because we have two people here, comrades. If you see, we have Prof. Machuki and Madam Pierre Susan. God is good. And let me tell you this, Comrade Wisto, viva Comrade Viva, Comrade Zigizaga. Let me tell you this, if you see the two of them, one is the advisory to the president, economic affairs. Another one is the PS MSMEs. And the MSMEs in the country, maybe because the business gave you another problem in some areas. Let me tell you something. The MSMEs is holding the government of Kenya, the economy itself, from the beauty therapy, from this other, the boutique, all the way up to the medium enterprises. All of them are holding the country's enterprise. And our very good Professor Machuki, is a Kalenjin name meaning no Chuki. Machuki, Kalenjin name I will tell you something. I want to tell you this. Yes, I'm finishing up. Please, actually, advise our president well. Because where I come from, I believe I'm a leader, and I've got the advisory place. So whenever they advise me wrongly, I do wrong. So again, I want to assume the same thing, that whenever you advise the president wrongly, he does the wrong. If you look at the issues of the share shift and the Adani whatevers, these people actually, if you open their minds up and then you ask them, what actually is share or where is this, and then they will be linking everything with the Adani, which is a very wrong thing. I would actually like us to talk from the view of the people. The sovereignty of the people, Article 5 of the Constitution. That is chapter 15, paragraph 1. We shall be talking of what shall we do as the people. And when we come up with the issues of the people may, the may part comes in. Please, Prof, because you are a professor, can you act accordingly? Yes. Mr. Maloba, please, can you allow me something, say something? It's okay.
Clap for Ruto, clap for Ruto. Now, comrades, power. Comrades, power. And because we are in Western, Mrembe Mia, Mrembe Swa, Mrembe Te, Mrembe power. Now, I want them to respond to the questions, then I'll come for round 2. We are progressing well, right? I'll start with this area. Kuna mikono za hapa mingi zilikuwa zikaachwa. So I'll come here, and then I am going for them to take the questions, because number 1, questions ni mingi. Number 2, I want the technical team to fix the mics. Because honestly, every time unashika mics zinakufa. So as they respond, the technical team fix the sound, the mics. I'll start na hapa. Tuko na time bado, by the way. So I'll be back. Relax. I'll be back. So you guys in front, kuna maswali mingi imekuja. Kuna mic hapo. I'd like it ianzie mwisho, then you move. Ianzie pale kwa James Maina. I don't remember any question coming to you, but I had some question you need to respond to. How can these comrades be beneficiaries of the affordable housing project? Kama comrades wanaweza kupata nyumba, kama wanaweza fanya kazi huko hivyo kwingine, you will actually respond to that. And as you do that, so itaenda hivyo kuingia kwa prof, moving this side. Somebody else has decided to rig the line, anaitwa Bernard Maraka. He sent me a question. He comes from Bukura Agricultural College. He says, how can I access my saving on Hustler Fund? Kuna pesa yetu PS uko nayo na hatuwezangi kutoa. So tafadhali, as you respond to Benson, you will be answering for many of us. Kuna pesa yetu uko nayo. Hiyo pesa pia sisi tunaitaka, si ndio? Kuna vile anasema kuna watu wajalipa, lakini pia sisi wako naye. It's time also pia utuambie vile tuna access. So starting from that end kindly, James Maina, and then we will go to move Evo, then I will come take the next round. So I'll stand on this side. Please be precise so that we get to move and give the comrades time to ask another round of questions.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. Boma Yagu is a platform that is used to access or where buyers meet. Boma Yagu is an online platform. It has facility for saving. You just need to do a very quick registration. And registration, the fee you register with becomes part of your saving. You dial star 832 hash, you start your home ownership journey. Let me repeat again. To start your home ownership journey, you dial star 832 hash. There will be a registration fee, but that registration becomes your part of the saving. While saving, you are required to save up to 10% of the unit you desire. You select the unit from the same platform. We have 124,000 units under construction across the country. Here, for example, in Western, we have 2 projects which are in the final stages of completion. We have one in Vihiga, 220 units, and we have one here in Kakamega, Milimani, with 220 units. All those two developments are approximately at allowed 70% completion. We are pushing the contractors to see whether this can be completed in the next 2 months. And we have various typologies. And the good thing with the affordable housing program is that if you are unable to raise the 10% fee and you are saving, you are eligible for assistance. Under the Affordable Housing Fund, you can apply for assistance to raise the 10% so that you start or you get the keys and enter your house. Once you get to the house, you do not have to pay the whole amount. The range of the houses start from social housing with approximately under 1 million shillings, and you just require to get the keys, enter the unit after registration and after getting all the necessary documentation, and you pay rent to own. This rent to own can be in short term, depending on your pocket. You may take 10 years, 5 years, but you are given a very long period, a period of up to that year. That gives you an enabling environment for you to pay rent and live in the same house. So for students, for example, if your parent, for example, can assist you to get one, because my presumption is that you are not earning, but there are ingenious students who already would be earning. This is one way of saving. Instead of partying all day night, you can start putting your money there. On the same line, let me also mention, you don't have to get worried because young people are extremely mobile. Today you are in Kakamega, tomorrow probably you will be in Nairobi, maybe after 1 year you'll be in Mombasa. The program is such a way that it allows for you to transit your house. You can move with your house in Nairobi, Mombasa, on the same program. What you need to do, you identify your house in Nairobi. If you have a transfer to Nairobi, for example, then you move with the amount you have paid to that house. It also helps while you are growing in terms you are young. Maybe you just took a 1 unit with a 1 bed sitter or 1 studio. Simple again, you've gotten a family, you want to get to another level, a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom house. What you only need to identify another house, maybe in another house, in another program, in another project, and then you transit with that house to the next one. It is extremely flexible, and this allows now citizens to get out of poverty, to get out of the slums, and this program is happening across the country. Let me also mention, Madam Moderator, that we are in the process of engaging 4,000 interns. Somebody asked about where engineers they can learn. Our program, we are working with all the professionals in the built environment. They are our consultants. They are the ones who are supervising the constructions. We want to attach interns to these consultants because you learn from people who have already been experienced or who are already registered. So the 4,000 interns will be attached to all these professionals across the country, and they'll be helped to grow and also get registered. Let me also support the issue of labor migration. And I don't know whether I should whisper. You know what is happening in Ukraine. Know what those countries after the war will be completely worn out. I'm telling you guys in this industry of the built environment, this is where to go. Once those guys, the war is over, there will be massive constructions, engineers, architects, QSs, planners, name it. That's an opportunity. Thank you.
Comrade Wisdom akauliza mama, nashukuru tumetembea leo na National Treasurer wa party mwenyewe, na ameashua leo Comrades hawatainama, na pia ameashua leo Comrades hawakuli mseveve. Comrade power. So I want to appreciate when you walk near power, good things come. And it is not only today, going forward, we have also come with a better, a sustainable solution for you so that you can have money in the pocket, isn't it? Through youth fund. Si munipigie makofi, piga tu kama unataka kupiga. Yes, so this is a very good platform. Keep it up, Bwana Treasurer, pamoja na SG, na chairperson wetu, and all the leadership of UDA party. So on the question that you asked about AGPO, as I said, AGPO is a policy by the government to support young people, women, and persons with disability to participate in government tenders. There is money in tenders, and anyone can actually participate in these tenders. And the biggest challenge has always been lack of information on how you can participate in these tenders. Information is power. So let me share how you can participate in AGPO tenders by the government. So for you first to participate in the AGPO tender, you need to have a registered business. How many of you have a registered business? Yes, so I can see there are some of you have a registered business already. For you to have a registered business, any one of you can actually do this process. You really don't need a lawyer to help you or another middleman to help you in participating in registering a business. Thanks to the Kenya Kwanza government, now most of the processes by the government are digital and easy for anyone to participate. So to register a business, you need to have an e-citizen account. Si kila mtu ako na e-citizen account? Yeah, so you go to e-citizen, you check through the services. Under e-citizen, there is business registration service. When you go to business registration service, there is a very easy process for you to register your business. Once you have you only need an ID, your KRA PIN number, and a passport photo. Once you have those three requirements, you can easily register the business for yourself. Within 3 days, you will have a business name, a business registration certificate. So when you have the certificate, now you can go to Huduma Center to apply for AGPO. As I said, AGPO is for youth, women, and people with disability. So for you as young people, as comrades, now you go to the category of youth. You apply for AGPO. So that is through the Huduma Center. It is free of charge. Once you have the AGPO certificate and now the business, now there is a process of pre-qualification for the tenders. So for pre-qualification, there is a portal, a government portal for tenders that alerts you on which organization is doing pre-qualification. Or you can check on the website of any government office. They have a legal requirement to publish the pre-qualification process. Though for those groups that have AGPO certificate, you can pre-qualify any time of the year. So you go to the PPIP portal, or you go to the website, or even you can just visit the institution that you have an interest to supply your goods or services. Then once you are able to get a tender when they publish, you come to Youth Fund office. As I said, we have offices across all the 47 counties. Mostly we are located at the county commissioner's office. So if you have an LPO certificate, you have been awarded a tender, Youth Fund will finance you up to 70% of that tender.
Thank you.
Yes. Then for the question on migration loan, a comrade had asked whether we finance education scholarships or visas for those who have gotten scholarships. We don't, unfortunately, we don't do that. Our main focus is on facilitating young people who want to go and work abroad. Then to the young female comrade who asked about how we got here. I have just around three tips of advice. One is to use this platform that the UDA party is giving. For me, I'm also a product of the party processes. Through the party, you are able to get training, or you are able to capacity build yourself as a leader. You are able to use your voice to speak. You are able to make your voice to stand out. And once you stand out, you are able to get an opportunity to lead. And I want to thank UDA party that it has given priority to young people to lead. I'm also a youth. I'm 32 years old. Hello? Yes, so I'm a youth, and I appreciate even the chair of Youth Fund, of the board of Youth Fund where I sit, is a young person, Wakili Honorable Fatima Barayan. And we have so many other young women who are taking part in leadership in the decision-making processes, thanks to the UDA party. Secondly, I also want to appreciate mentorship. Mentorship is key for young people to take part in this leadership, to know the way. And I appreciate my big sister, the PS herself, Madam Susan Mangeni. She started from Youth Fund. She was also a board member like me right now. And Madam PS has always held my hand. Even before she was the PS, she has always held my hand. She has been mentoring me, and up to now, we are still working together. I applaud you, Madam PS. I also want to appreciate the mentorship that the party is giving to you. This is real-time mentorship through the SG and the national treasurer and all the leadership. This mentorship is key, so make good use of it. And lastly, make sure you have papers. You know, once you have papers, when an opportunity arises, it is easy even for Madam PS to pick you up and guide you on how you can get that opportunity.
Thank you.
Myself, I'm a lawyer. I have a degree in law, and I'm also pursuing my master's in public policy. And so I'm encouraging you where you are. Make sure you also finish your education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her. And then I'm hoping you will actually make it a little bit shorter. But even as he does that, there is a question I was sent by, a question given to me by a guy called Joshua Nyakundi. It's directed to Honorable Jafet Nyakundi. He says, Jafet Nyakundi is my area MP. How may he help me to become a future MCA? Monyero Ward. He comes from a place called Monyero Ward. I think you will put your number here so that he looks for you. Then I had another question I think that I dropped somewhere. I'll be looking for it and actually talking about it. So let him go, then I'll come here. This will actually be...
Comrades power, comrades wisdom. Let me start with the questions that were asked by our EPO treasurer and the MP for Kitutu Church and North, Honorable Nyakundi. Honorable Nyakundi asked very important questions, and once you get the answers to these questions, then you'll be okay. You'll be good to go, because what he asked is actually touching on the migrant workers that we send to various countries. Now, one is on the problems that these migrant workers face. And the question is, how can they be assisted? Now, the first thing that we need to note is that before a migrant worker leaves this country, there must be a training, and this is called pre-departure orientation. And this is actually done by the youth funds and other training institutions that are accredited by the National Industrial Training Authority. So migrant workers are actually prepared by those institutions so that they can avoid what we call culture shock once they reach the country of destination. It is very important to know that. And if you come across an agency that does not want to take you for pre-departure training, please insist that you want to go for that training, right? Because the moment you don't go for that training and you leave the country to that other country of destination, you come across some cultural differences that will actually affect you. So the best thing is to go for that pre-departure training. Now, in the case you travel to any country and you happen to have a problem, but before that, it is important to make sure that you have the contact of the people you've left behind. Have the contact of your next of kin. Make sure that you have the contact of the agency that has taken you to the country of destination. And it is also important to make sure that you inform your family, because we've seen situations where a husband gets maybe into some, what do you call it, disagreement with a wife and decides to go and work outside without informing the wife. And these cases, or the wife decides to go to Saudi Arabia and leaves the husband with the children, and she does not even indicate that the husband is the next of kin, or the father or the mother is the next of kin. So they just disappear and go to Saudi Arabia or any other place. Please, don't go out there because you have some problems at home. Problems can be sorted out amicably. Now, in the case you are out there and you have a distress, or you are stranded out there, you have some issues that you need to be sorted out, it is very important to reach out to NEA, and we have a toll-free line, and I believe this toll-free line is very important, and because if you call even right now, you might find somebody in the office who will actually receive it. So the toll-free line is 08 00 22 22 and then 23. That is 08 00 22 22 23. That is our toll-free line. In case of any district's case, please reach out to NEA through that toll-free line. Alternatively, you can get to our website, www.neaims.go.ke. We have, once you get to our website, we have a distress reporting form where you can fill in the information of the person who is in distress. Alternatively, you can visit our county employment offices. And Mheshimiwa asked, in Western, do we have NEA offices? Yes, Mheshimiwa, we have an office here in Kakamega. It is at the county commissioner's building, opposite IBC offices here in Kakamega. We also have a NEA office in Busia. So if you're in Busia, you can also go to the county commissioner's building. You'll find NEA offices there. Now,
thank you. You have something?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me say that, okay, on the lecturer strike, Bwana Machuki will talk about it. But there's something that my friend talked about the ignorance concerning employment and the issue of internship. Now, it is important to realize that the Public Service Commission actually gives internship positions to graduates from various universities, colleges, and other tertiary institutions. So it is important to take advantage of that. NEA is actually coming up with a program that will ensure that once you clear your training, your university education, you can get internship in any of the companies that we are trying to partner with. Therefore, there will be a chance for you to get internship positions, and you know that out of those internship positions, you easily get a job, isn't it? So let's wait and see. Once we roll out the program, you'll be a beneficiary. I assure you that we will not leave you, we will not let you down, and we shall make sure that we assist you to get those internship positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before Madam PS comes in, I love the students to go. If you have got responses to questions or a question that you actually would love to put across, or there is an answer you have to any question that was put, briefly.
Comrades, power. Comrades, viva. Okay, I have two concerns to respond. The first one is about the lecturer strike. Today we are very lucky to have the presidential economic advisor here, right with me here. So today I'm advising him to go and advise the president because simply what the lecturers want is money. So he can go and advise the president on how he will clear the bills of the lecturers so that probably by next week we embark on the business of learning. And then lastly, I would like to respond on the issue of ASLA Fund. The director of Youth Fund is here with us. I will also like to advise her on the same. The ASLA Fund, that is a loan, but youth usually don't have income to pay the loans back. I will challenge the director of youth to convert or maybe to go and find ways of converting those that Hustler Fund into grant so that the comrades can enjoy the money without paying back. Comrades, power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now you see why it's important to have a comrade there, right? Comrades, power. Si ni vizuri kukuwa na comrade pale. Hey, ana inject directly, isn't it? Like we agreed here, there is freedom of speech. The only thing that does not exist is the freedom of disruption. I'd love Professor Machuki to respond to questions that are there. I'd love you to actually, you know, Prof is a proper Prof. And another an introduction, principles to kila kitu. So, Prof, jibu maswali, I know you actually have anchored this very well, and I'm so happy to have you every time. But because comrades are getting angry kidogo na nataka uliza maswali, I wanted you to just run through the responses very fast. Baadaye Prof, mtu akikutumia SMS kama uko kwa mkutano wetu umwambie uko na comrades. And the next
I made notes on
I just wanted to say that the next most important power after the Almighty God ni power ya comrades. So
thank you very much, Arnold. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the kind of intellectual discourse that is ongoing here. And it gives me pleasure to help explain some of these things. And I will be responding to my panel colleague here and another one who talked about advisory to the president. I'll give you a response just right away. But let me start with the questions from Mheshimiwa Chafet, our able UDA treasurer, on chief. One, the NHIF used to have everyone in a household, so long as you are either employed or you can contribute as a voluntary contributor to benefit together with your dependents. This shift, when you have registered through *147# or you go to the website of the SHA authority, you will onboard your dependents. So the question is whether dependents will be able to access the quality and the services. The answer is yes. Remember, the facilities that are offering medical services that are onboarded through the Social Health Authority and or contracted, there is a package that is determined by the tariff that is set for a particular package. So all the dependents who have been registered and the contributor from a household is the one who is contributing to SHIF, all the dependents access the services through the SHIF insurance. The other question is on the critical, chronic, and emergencies fund, insurance fund. The question is, do you pay anything? People who suffer from cancer, kidney failure, asthma, and you have an accident, and you need emergency treatment, I said here that the Social Health Authority is responsible for strategic purchasing of healthcare services from healthcare facilities, and it is also responsible for the administration of 3 funds. The first fund is Social Health Insurance Fund that is contributory. So Kenyans contribute. The Primary Health Care Fund, government pays no payment from the citizens. The Critical, Chronic, and Emergencies Fund is fully paid by government. So, Mheshimiwa, the question and the clarification to the comrades is that government pays for critical, chronic, and emergencies to the Chronic and Illness Emergencies Fund and also the Primary Health Care Fund. So no one pays. Government pays. And that is why it is called universal health coverage. Everyone accessing quality health care that is at the same level as in the various facilities. The last one is about level 1, level 2, level 3. Remember, government has already rolled out the community health promoters. These ones are paid by government, and they are actually the first point of interaction with households, and they deal with very minor illnesses. They then refer a patient to level 1, level 2, level 3. And once you are referred, no one is supposed to pay. There's no payment, Mheshimiwa. So Level 1, level 2, level 3 is fully capitated by government. Allow me to, my gadget is letting me down, but allow me to respond to the question that came on banding and application for the Higher Loans Board and uploading of documents. It is important, and I want to appreciate the student who asked the question, that sometimes failure to submit relevant evidential attachment during application for the loan or for the scholarship, you may end up being placed on the wrong band. Now, the solution is this. In that portal, when you apply, there is a specification with regard to what type of document you have to upload. If you upload an image, a photo, sometimes it can really take long. The specification is that you upload a PDF document, and you must be in a place where there is fast internet connectivity. Thanks to government that there are digital hubs across all constituencies, and we need to take advantage of those digital hubs where there is fast internet connection, and it is important that you prepare the documentation in advance, convert into PDF so that they are uploadable, so that you are banded correctly.
Thank you.
The other question was about the lecturers' strike. I need to make this clarification here. Kenya is a country that is governed by the rule of law. And the first principle that the president's intent is anchored on is entrenching constitutionalism. In Kenya, we have the Employment Act, you have the Labor Relations Act, and employers and employees engage in a series of bargaining, and they sign agreements. And therefore, lecturers of our public universities have gone through that process, and we have institutions, our judiciary, the labor courts, have been able to intervene in a number of ways. So we do not want, for example, to politicize those aspects that have got institutions that are dealing with. The lecturer strike is being handled. That is why our PS, Beatrice Inyangala, is not here. And it is all about the demands from the employees, the ability of the employer to be able to meet those demands. That is why it is called labor bargaining agreements. In a bargaining process, there is the expectation, there is what you put on the table, and the process goes on, and the resources and the budgetary abilities of the employer.
Thank you.
So that is what is ongoing. Lastly, Van Arnold, you've heard that I've been advised to advise the president. So let me also respond to that. It is important to note that the President's Council of Economic Advisors is the think tank for the president. And it is also important that the president is committed to ensure that this country moves to the next level. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda is not something that is to be implemented in a manner that is not likely to, to bring about resistance of some sort. Let me tell you, anytime there is change, you have to make very difficult decisions. Decisions that are not convenient for the short term, but the decisions that are convenient and the right decisions for the long term. Sometimes there's a lot of this issue that advisors are misadvising the president. It is not true. It is dis and misinformation. The president, through the county economic forums, went through the country, gathered views from citizens, and put together a response in the better plan. Some of the issues that were raised by the citizens do not require very easy decisions. The decisions will be difficult, impactful, and they might be unpopular for the short term, but very impactful for the long term. We use the most available data, the most available information relevant to package policies and process those policies in terms of advisory to the president.
Fair enough, Prof. Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Time is moving very fast. I know people are running down on energy. So the guys that I'm going to bring in to respond next, please do very fast. PS, you'll still wait for a moment. Brian, come. There's a question for you that I would love you to respond so that to square Madam Ref Sana in a minute. His name is Brian Korir. He's the president of the UDA Comrades Chapter. And there's a question here that I think you will answer it very fast. What measures has the government taken to involve key stakeholders, including students, parents, and university administrations, in the development and the implementation of the new funding model? You are there, so respond in a minute.
Comrades Power. So I will respond in a very brief way. And this is what is happening at the national level.
Raise your voice a little bit.
I will respond this in a very brief way. And this is what is happening at the national level. The government has set up the committee constituting of the technocrats from the higher learning of the institutions, also from the law, other firms and stakeholders from the private sectors, and also the student leaders who are sitting at the national committee to refine the new funding model so that they can come up with a kind of a new funding model that is the best student need according to their financial muscles of their backgrounds and also the institution they are studying in. So the president is doing so to ensure that every student in this country access education in whole level of their background. So that's what we do in the national level.
Are students involved in that particular process? Have they been consulted?
Actually, the students are being involved. There are more than 129 students in that committee, and they are there to refine this new funding model. So that's a big win for the students. And that's why they are there, and they want to transform this kind of a new funding model. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you. Another question that I think should be responded to very quickly is one to you. The question goes direct to Madam Faith, who is in charge of youth fund. I see you have empowered many youth in different initiatives in Nairobi County. What plans do you have for the youth in Bungoma? I think you responded to that. Lastly, Madam, kindly, if you may allow me, have a one-on-one conversation with you immediately after this. I think the first part you responded, so it's only the one-on-one. The guy is called Baraza Kenneth. Baraza Kenneth, he comes from Masinde Muliro, but I realized that he's rigging this thing because here he said his name is Baraza Kenneth, Masinde Muliro. Then he's the same guy who wrote the question to Brian, but here he called himself Ken Baraza Must. The same guy. That little man is talented. So I think that is taken care of very fast. But there's something I need to remind you. This event is actually mobilized and convened by UDA. We also are here for members. We are a party unapologetically UDA, and we are here for membership, so you can also register as a member. But then I have got the director for membership here. In a minute, I'll allow him to tell you how you can join UDA. Sam, in a minute.
Right. Comrades Power, UDA tuko sawa. We are grateful that UDA recognizes the power of the youths. Na sisi tuko hapa, sisi wote, we are in one vehicle with our leader, His Excellency, President William Samoei Ruto. So kuwa member lazima ukaribie hapo tuko na rais, si ndio? So it's very simple. We are in a digital scenario. Kila mtu unaingia kwa simu yako na unajiregister kama member. There are only two ways, through USSD code and of course kuingia kwa website, kwa mtandao. So is a *509#. Fuata hiyo process. Kama uko kwa chama ingine, *509#. Itakupatia only 3 processes. Either utoke kwa chama ingine mwitu, ama hauko kwa chama yote, hata ujulikani. Meaning, unaenda process ya mwisho, ingia kwa UDA. Na hapo unakuwa member. Unajua tuko na a whole team that is here. Ukipitia pale kwa ile meza iko hapo, kama uko na shida kidogo in terms of registration na kuendelea hapo mbele, tutasaidiana. Si ndio? UDA. Asanteni.
Clap for him. We will be getting there. I want to take around here. And then there's somebody I've seen here. Unajua kuna watu wa serikali wao wanajificha sana, lakini sisi kama chama, sisi ndio tulikuja kuomba kura. Na mkikasirika wao mnasema hii serikali ya UDA, si ndio? So, hao watu wa serikali tunashikia nyinyi, tunaletea nyinyi hapa kuleta maswali. So, hivyo mtu hapa anafanya kazi kwa office of government spokesperson. Nataka tu akuje hapa. Anaitwa Joshua Arabsang. He's the Director Public Communication in the office of the government spokesperson. Anyway, he's at peace with ancestors. Unajua kama uko karibu na ancestors unakuanga na amani because you can hear what they are saying. Yeah. So, what does the government spokesperson office does in a minute? Utuambie what the government is saying in a minute.
Thank you, Arnold. Comrade Power. As you have heard my name, government spokesperson office, its main work is to amplify what the government is doing. Tell you what the government is doing. We visit projects to see and ascertain and confirm and verify if it has been done. And if not, we will report to the concerned. But in most cases, that is our job, is to amplify, to tell you what the government is doing. And I can tell you the government is doing so much. So much. You have heard here, I don't want to repeat, but I just want maybe, Maliba, with your permission, to somebody say that this government, awana my youth. I can assure you, as you mentioned, CS, who is 34 years, yes, he is almost there, but he's a youth. We have 2 PSS who are youth. That is for culture and for wildlife. Watu wako na 32, 33 years. Na ni serikali hii tu. Hizo serikali zingine zote, I can assure you, you know the ages of PSS and CSS. This is the only government that has brought on board young people. Even our sister here, kwani ni mkubwa. Si unaona vile hako? All PS ndani ya serikali. So, the government is doing a lot. The issue of employment imetajiwa hapa, kuna ingine ajitume, kuna zingine ziko kwa constituency, zinaitwa digital hubs, ambayo kila constituency Kenya hii lazima iwe sofa, siko katika 274. We still have a few. The MPs must get a house. After that, the government will bring in power, bring in computers. Wewe unaenda kule, unapokuwa kule nyumbani during your holiday, you do your work, get some job online. When you are in college, I believe in your colleges you have Jitume Hub, others have. You work while learning. You get your dollars. Sisi ndio tulipata dollars juzi. Nyinyi mko na bahati, mnapata dollars kama bado mnasoma ndani ya college. Na kwa serikali ya nani? Dr. William Samoei Ruto.
Comrades, wisdom. A short man is not a boy. Now, comrades, wisdom. Now, very quickly, you know, in Western, we have different communities. I just realized that I had guests from Mount Elgon speak. I had my people, the Lunjes. Unajua tunatoka Wahala. You know, we are the people of this country. Tunalinda inchi, tunafanya inchi, nafanya kazi. But then I have not had anybody from either Teso South or Teso North. Watu hao wako wapi? I will take the blackest of them. Come, wewe kuja hapa. Usalimie tu raia. At least watu wajue. Mimi niko navy blue. So,
Teso tuko ndani ya serikali. Tuko Kenya na Uganda. Asante. Kwa Teso tunasema emuri ya koliae. Mnajibu koliae. Emuri ya koliae. Asante. Mimi naitwa Masete Jimmy. Nilikuwa Moi University, pia nilikuwa vice chair huko. Sasa mimi ni alumni. Ya kwanza natoka Teso North. Nataka kushukuru kwa serikali tuko ndani. Hata kijana ya Teso PS Osia ako kwa ofisi ya rais. So Wateso wako tu ndani hapa. Kitu ya kwanza nataka kusema hivi kwa hii serikali. Juni comments, unasema comment dakika 2 ama moja. So ya kwanza tumepigania UDA. Na ukikuja Busia ni more of ODM kushinda Nyanza. Lakini watu wamepigania UDA sana. Mtakubaliana na mimi ni uongo ama ukweli? Na watu wamepambana na serikali ya UDA ikaingia, ndio maana leo tuko na PS Susan Mangeni hapa kwa serikali. Lakini kitu moja mimi nataka kuambia serikali. Na mimi nilianza kusupport Rais William Ruto nikiwa class 7. Class 7 kabisa. Hata ukiconfirm wakati ya rafiki yetu Joshua Rapsang na hizo nilikuwa mtu wa Ruto. Kitu ya kwanza, public participation inatupoteza kwa serikali. Disconnect sisi na wananchi imetoka. Turudi kwa ground to consult watu wetu kwa policies vile tunafanya saa hii. Na 2027 tutasweep hiki tuko urais. Ya pili, kushika vijana mkono. Ukweli bwana Jafet Nyakundi uko hapa. Boy child amewacha kushinda girl child. Girl child anashikwa mkono. Boy child ako hapa anaumia, hakuna mtu anamshika mkono. Kuna jamaa amesema ndio kusimama MCA. Ako wapi huyo kwa mheshimiwa Nyakundi? Huyo mwenye alisema anaomba simama wakuone. Kuja salamia mheshimiwa kabisa, ashike mkono akujue. Mheshimiwa usiwache huyo kijana. Vijana wanawachwa sana. Wekea hata kitu kama 1,100. Asante. Aya. Ya pili, appointments kwa serikali. Tunaomba. Kwa sababu tuko Western. Kuna rumors rais anafanya reshuffle ya serikali, si ndio? Anza na sisi ama mimi hapa niko pia tayari. Na vijana wako hapa wengi sana. Rais aweke vijana. Na hii serikali ya 2027 ukweli utakubaliana na mimi bwana Maliba itaundwa na sisi vijana. Onye tuko hapa sio uongo. Na kama mtatushika mkono vile tumekuja leo Western. Na nafurahi bwana Koriri uko hapa. Hii chapter yenye mmeunda hii Western chapter. Ni vizuri tukitoka hapa viongozi wenye wamekuwa hapa waunde secretariat. So that tukue bado na hii kitu tukisonga sio tunamaza mkutano mnaenda then tutarudi hakuna hata mtu anakumbuka mwingine. Ya mwisho nikimalizia Profesa Machuki. Profesa, nakuona wewe ni mtu mzuri sana. Na una advise Rais William Ruto. Mimi siku moja anasema ningepata kuongea na Rais William Ruto hata kwa dakika 1. Hizi ndio vitu ningemwambia. SHA ni kitu mzuri. Kulingana vile naona waki-explain kwa TV. It's a good thing and it will take us far. But there is a problem kwa implementation kwa ground. Na Profesa Machuki, kama hata leo tungetoka, najua uko na Prado TX hapa. Tungepiga tu hata tuingie hospitali moja hapa. Utapata vitu kwa ground tofauti. Na hiyo ndio kitu inaumiza serikali yetu hii ya UDA. Kwa ground vitu hazifanyiki vile mnapanga Nairobi. Na tukipanga vizuri kwa ground, trust me, hakuna mtu atasimamisha Rais William Ruto. Wacha sasa nimalizie ya mwisho. Bwana Nyakundi amenipea. Sawa bwana Maliba, na kuheshimu. Vitu ya maana, si ndio? Comrades ria. Comrades power. Asante, comrade wamesema. Ya kwanza kwa university students. University students hawa ni watu wazuri. Na hao ndio watu wataweka serikali ndani. Hii funding model yenye mmeleta na nimekubaliana na wewe umesema tuko na committee ya 129. Kama ni ukweli, musikie view ya comrades. Na comrades walisema help ilikuwa na shida gani, si ndio? Musikie hiyo shida yenye comrades wameraise. Kama ni kuingiza kwa funding model, tuingize na comrades wafurahie. In fact comrades wamesota sahi. Hao watu wanaumia sana. So yangu nikimalizia. Namalizia. Pia mimi ni mwanasiasa. Asante. Mimi nikimalizia, nitaomba watu wote wenye wakapa tukirudi tukiongea na rais. Na Madam PS. Wakati tuko huko, tushikane mikono, tuambie rais wetu ukweli, na tumlete kwa ground. Every policy yenye tunapitisha, tukuje tuconfirm kwa ground. Tusiongee Citizen TV, TV 47 na nini.
tutaumia. Mimi nataka Rais William Ruto amalize mpaka 2032. Na wakati utatoka hapa PS, we ni mtieti ya Busia. We ni Gen Z. Madam Faith, kwanza before nikae, watu wanakusifia. Mimi sijai kutana na wewe lakini nasikia unafanya kazi mzuri. Na huyo comrade mwenye ameomba one on one, pia nafasi. Aongee mambo yake. Asante Bwana Jafet Nyakundi, mtushike mkono na tunapenda chama. Comrades, tunapenda UDA. Si tunasupport UDA. Bora wafanye vile tumeagree hapa, si ndio? Twende mbele, Mungu abariki William Ruto, Mungu arabiki UDA na sisi wote, asanteni sana.
Usiende, asiende. Comrades power. Nataka pande hapa juu asalimia watu wote, alafu arudi amalizie hapa. Pande hapo juu. So, moving on swiftly. Apewe hug. Comrades power. Comrades power. James ako wapi? Mwaura, uko na photo session unamisa hapa. Ata hug for 1 hour. Lakini hapo usiguze uba. Asiguze uba. So, vijana power. Like I told you in the morning, freedom of expression we allow. Freedom for disruption di hakuna. Here I can tell you the truth. So, hapa you speak your mind. There are a few other people who are supposed to respond to some other questions na hawakukuwa hapa. That's why nawasimamisha. I have got the vice chair of the IDRC ya UDA, Wakili Majimbo. Where is he? Kuja usalimie watu na uambie kwa nini hamjamalizia election. Kwani mko na disputes mingi aje?
Comrades power. Comrades wisdom. Mimi naitwa Wakili Majimbo. Mimi ni vice chairperson wa disciplinary committee ya UDA, sio IDRC, ni disciplinary committee. So kwa hivyo hawa wabunge wote mnaona hapa waheshimiwa wakifanya maneno wanakuja kwangu. But wacha tu niseme neno moja that last month tulikuwa Naivasha na Honorable Jafet na tulikuwa tunajaribu kubadilisha katiba ya UDA. Na one proposal we made was easy Comrades chapter, they will now be anchored in the UDA constitution. So going forward, mjue hii kitu itawekwa kwa katiba, so si kitu ya kuishia hapa. Asanteni.
Pigie makofi tafadhali. Then there is somebody who also I think should answer questions. Kuja hapa Shinaka. In a minute kindly. Comrades wisdom. Wanasema akili ni nywele, kila mtu ako na zake. Na so this guy called Shinaka is our regional, not regional, but the Kakamega County office manager here. The one thing I've realized is that ametupangia mkutano vizuri, lakini viongozi wako hapa nimeona tu ni MCA wachache na hawa watu wengine. Wewe viongozi wa UDA wako wapi?
Comrades power. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Desmond Shinaka, nikiwa macho ya rais na chama chetu hapa Kakamega. In fact, I'm the county admin wa UDA. Kwanza ningetaka kuchukua fursa hii kushukuru chama kwa sababu tangu tuchukue uongozi hatujai kuwa na official program ya chama ya UDA hapa Western Kenya. And as the host, I want to say thank you for choosing Kakamega to be the first county to host our region Comrades chapter. And I want to say this, for the leaders of Western Kenya, Kakamega being included, the leaders, the Comrades leaders who are here, the elected leaders of UDA, they are the ones who made you to be here. And reason being, them not being here today, this is your day. This is a Comrades chapter. us as the party will have our program different from this. And this is a platform where you have to shine. Sababu tukileta hao wengine watachukua nafasi yenu. Alafu mwisho kabisa, I'm a product of these programs. And I want to assure you, the senator of Bungoma, who is Wakoli, came from this team, is my friend. The deputy governor of Vihiga, Wilberforce Kitiezo, is among the leaders who came from these such programs. And I, Desmond, am in the headquarters of UDA. I have been in charge of political affairs. I have been the political affairs officer of the national party, ruling party UDA. And right now, I'm the one who has been given mandate to organize the programs of UDA in Kakamega. So I want to assure you, your future is bright. Mwisho, we need such programs in each and every 47 counties of this type. Otherwise, thanks so much. May God bless you. Musiende sana wale wa mbali, mkaekae hapa, mtembee tuimbingul. Sawa? Mungu awabariki sana.
Comrades, power. I'd love us to actually get to a level where some political questions are responded to. So, allow me to bring Honorable Nyakundi. Kuna maswali zingine mumeuliza, by the way, ni mtu tu mwenye amechaguliwa ndiye anaweza jibu. Si ndio? Comrades, power. Alafu nimerealize wengine wenyu, by the way, mimi nakupatia nafasi na hata insaidia kunilobia job unajilobia. Wewe James wewe, tusipatane Busia. Anyway, so I'm thinking the PS response to her questions, then I will come to Honorable Nyakundi. Honorable Nyakundi and then Honorable Thuku, and then they take back the mic to me. I'm hoping mutakuwa brief. Hawa watu wengine wote nimewaachia because hawako disciplined kama wenye wamebaki. Madam PS, kindly.
Thank you very much. Yes, so there was this question on how to access your savings. I do not know who asked the question. Maybe if he can come forward. Please come forward with your phone. Si mambo ni hapa tu. No, ajasema mbona nyinyi mnaongea. Pilipili msioila mbona inawasha. Ebu come forward. Because, you see, there has been this notion that you can't access the savings. You have your phone. Okay, let's go. Dausta. And even yourself, because you want to access our savings, isn't it? Your savings, una deni, hauna deni, just star 254 hash. Ahitaji airtime. This is very important. We must run through. Star 254 hash. Okay, go to personal loan. Tunajua vile uliboro. Enda personal loan. You can see it here. Ama you...
Hataki uone deni, tafadhali.
Choose hustler fund. Ukichukua hiyo hustler fund inasemaje? Biashara loan, personal loan, chukua hapo. Personal loan, umechukua personal loan. Good. Soma hizo options. Enda kwa savings, ni option gani? Chukua savings, option 5. Inasemaje? Now go to short term savings.
Hiyo tulishachukua, tunataka long term.
No, relax. Short term savings. Term savings. Enda withdraw. Uko na ngapi? Uko na ngapi boss? Kweli. Uko na 34 shillings. Okay, nani mwingine ako? Uko na ngapi? Unambo repay. Okay, the idea is so thank you. Huyu ako na 34 but anaweza withdraw kitaka. So meaning you've not been borrowing, and this is the mistake you're making. So let me say this on savings. So savings, your hustler fund has got two components. Kuna long term ambao ni kama pension yako. Tunaelewana hapo? Pension. So if you borrow, let's say 500 shillings or 1,000 bob, 5% automatically nakatwa. 70% of 5% inaenda kwa long term, your pension. Alafu 30% inaenda kwa short term, you can withdraw anytime. Hata mimi vile ameuliza hivyo nika withdraw. So what is the reason behind us promoting term savings? Nilianza pala awali nikisema majority of us hatuko salaried, hatuna kazi. Lakini uzeeni ikuja haiangalii mwenye ako na mshahara na mwenye hana mshahara. If you are formally employed, your employer will help you to populate your pension. So we want to start now, inculcating a culture of saving for the future. So sailu utapata kazi utaendelea tu na hiyo long term. And then the government said, kwa sababu pension lazima employer pia weke yake. So ukiweza kupopulate hiyo long term saving, if it's 6,000, gava itakuongezea 3,000 ya bure. So utakuwa umestep tayari kwa mwaka moja karibu 9,000. Ile saa ile nafika umechoka sasa kufanya biashara huko kwa zile miaka unataka sasa kuenjoy maisha, to do that. So we are coming up with a framework to see how we can be able to manage that long-term saving, which is pension. But at the moment, we manage under the rules of retirement benefit scheme, zenye ziko. So short-term inaweza patikana, but wacha nijibu hapa. Sasa naweza kasi hiyo mumeona you can access your short-term. Yes. Munipigie makofi. Huenda nikaona watu pale nje nikalipia wengine deni. So muniangalie vizuri. So niko na two issues zile ambazo na zote ni solution. Yes, I agree with the comrade when amesema we need to focus more on the campus youth also, the skilled young people. The truth is, the irony of our society today is that the segment of our society we have invested in so much. The society has invested in so much, the government has invested in so much, because to educate a graduate in this country is not less than 8 million. It could be even more, mtu kuanzia pale chini, afike mahali amefika. But you see, most of them are under participating in the economy because their skills are not giving us returns on investment. So we are discussing how do we harness the skills. So we'll be rolling out a program where maybe I should stand so that you know this is coming for you. We are going to open up not Comrades chapters, but we will open up some more conversation with MSME and other stakeholders. We want to find a way through which we start enabling you have experience, putting your skills into industrial experience. Not just internship, but also honing your skills in consultancy. If today you were to Google any job, international jobs, like UN or World Bank, most of them are consultants. Indio? But then what comes out, they need a financial expert, they need an accountant, they need someone in marketing, they need a lawyer, they need a medic, an engineer, but you don't have that experience, you're consultants. So same way every year, the Ministry of Public Service do recruit interns and attach them to public service. We also want to start recruiting apprentices. We want skilled youth, especially focusing in the university and probably TVET, and see how we start attaching you to the industries so that you start now giving them the consultant service with an experience of 6 months, 1 year. From there now, you can compete for jobs. Vile mtu ameuliza si zile tu kidogo, lakini pia unaweza enda pale as an expert consultant. So we are doing that. Ngoja kidogo, because mimi nawapatia pesa kwa mfuko ya.
Sijasema kitu.
Haya, usiseme kitu. Ya pili, I have an agency called Uwezo Fund. Na pia mimi mheshimiwa nataka kuuliza swali. Tumetuliza swali. Pia mimi nataka kuuliza swali. So Uwezo Fund mkikuja pamoja kwa group, because I know comrades are already organized at the constituency level. Sinu kweli? Mko organized at the county level, mko organized, mko already na group. So we want to help you now register that through MSEA. Registration to make you a formidable body that can trade is only 500 shillings. 500 shillings. Comrade, hiyo hata unaweza kopa Hustler Fund na mregister hata 200 of you in the constituency. The certificate that is tradable, you don't need to register a company. That certificate, you cannot open an account, you can acquire a KRA certificate, and then sisi tutawatafutilia pesa kutoka kwa Uwezo Fund ambao patrons ni members of parliament. Tunaelewana? Mupewe pesa. Na mtafanyia nini hiyo pesa? Ya wabunge ni watu wenyu. Tumesema nini, nyinyi ndio mpo. Kuna zile barabara za kera. So kuwapatia tenda hata ya barabara moja. Hamwezi lima? Mnaweza lima ama hamwezi lima? Si mnaweza? Mnajua hizo tenda ni pesa ngapi? Zile za kera, unaona ni 6 million. Constituency, you just tell your MP, give us one tender. Peke yake kwa mwaka. Awapatie barabara moja. Kama group mkuje, tutawatafutilia sisi hiyo credit facility. Mulime barabara hiyo. Alafu hizo pesa huwa zinalipwa haraka, mulipwa haraka. Ndio posa tusikuwe na cases comrade haezi graduate kwa sababu ako na fee ya 10,000 ama ya 20,000. Tutakuwa tunajisaidia. Unajua mimi nimesema tunasaidiana kufukuza umaskini na kuweka pesa mfukoni. Kina mheshimiwa hapa na Maliba wamesema na wengine ati comrade transact. Sijui mna transact nini? Nyinyi wao ndio wanajua, but sisi tunataka how we sustainably empower our people. Lastly, on the issue of mental health, I agree, it's on the rise. And it's very much on the rise. And we become mental when we cannot reconcile our daily needs with the realities of life. Sinu kweli? You need to eat, you have nothing. You cannot bother your parents. You cannot even take your girlfriend out and afford her with a soda kama mnaona Manchester na Arsenal, si ndio? But mara mingi Arsenal huwa tunawatandika. And we say hallelujah.
Amalizia hapo.
Najua huyo mtu hata wamefukuza coach wakaenda, nasikia ameenda kotini. Tumengoja hiyo mambo tuone sijui kutakuaje. Okay. But what I'm trying to say is that we want to make sure that your organized groups, your present organized groups are properly formalized so that then you can access hizi kazi zenye ziko, hizi tenders. Alafu mkipata tenders, mimi nitawapatia pesa, mfanye biashara, vitu kidogo kidogo hizi mkwe mnalipa. Lastly, because there are ladies who want to know how they can be where I am. And it's very easy to be where I am today. Very easy, by the way. Now, I took a long walk, but you can take a shortcut. And I think that's what we need to do by mentoring. So we want, first of all, to see if we can establish the clubs, investment clubs in our universities. And like I said, I'll be very much interested in now getting your leadership, having a conversation with them. Once you go around, I want to have a meeting with you now on another forum under my own invitation, your leadership, and see how when you join university the first year or the college the first year, which kind of project can you invest in that will make you bila unasoma na pia huku unapata nini? Pesa. Tunaelewana? Huku unapata pesa. And for our people from Western Kenya, especially those who are in Nairobi, tumechoka hii biashara, mnaenda graduation na mnatoka huko na jioni unapanda basi unarudi nyumbani. Tunataka by the time you are graduating you have your own house. There is Bomangu here. This Bomangu, even you people, if you start working and saving very well, by the time you finish university you'll be having your one-bedroom house somewhere in Nairobi, or your one-bedroom house somewhere here in Kakamega or in Kisumu, so that maisha hata kama umeteleza kidogo mahali unaanza maisha vizuri. Tunaelewana? Unataka nimalize hapo?
Yes.
No malipo nataka nimalize?
Yes.
Leo tunawatandika ama mnatandikwa? kama so finally, yeah? Because I think there was something here that was asked. So I spoke to, well, you people were raising questions on when are you going back to school. By the way, we feel you. We know there are students wale wamebakisha wiki mbili, wale watu wako kwa medicine wako wapi. And it's no good kukaa hizo 3 weeks. I called my sister, Dr. Nyangala, and she said wanajaribu vile wawezavyo, so that by next week, if all goes well, murudi kwa class. Unaelewana? So they are working so hard, and we want to pray, and we want to ask you also to pray, so that these talks can be successful. Today they are having talks, so that comrades can go back to school, mumalize shule, alafu tuone. So finally mimi ni ule wa pesa, lakini pesa nimepatia Nyakundi. Nyakundi si wewe umesema unajua kuwapanga, na mkishindwa kabisa *254# pate fare kurudi nyumbani. Asanteni sana.
Pigia PS makofi tafadhali. Comrades power. Comrades power. We are leaving here in the next 15 minutes exactly. We will not go beyond that. But you will allow me to do a few things. Kuna mtu anaitwa Valentine Mukangai from Kitale National Polytechnic. Anasema, Professor Machuki, that's not for you to respond. He says, advise the president to tell companies to be paying them when they go to internship. Wamechoka kupeana kazi ya sadaka. Quickly, allow me to recognize UDA staff. Wasimame tu, niko na directors wengi wako, ni vizuri wengine wanatoka huko. Simameni tu penye mko. UDA staff who came with us and made this work. UDA staff, kuna director Halake pale, he's in charge of political affairs. Kama kuna shida ya siasa, he's the fixer pale. Kuna hapa Antonella, our communication person, huyu mnajua yeye ni mtu wa membership. The rest wave Chebet, salimia watu. Ndugu zangu Waluya, huyo msichana ni wa ofisi yetu, she smart, hana mtu, abaki hapa. Bwana asifiwe. Finally, before I bring in Honorable Nyakundi, allow me to say this. I introduced the MCAs Kakamega County, the UDA MCAs, but one of them came late. I was planning to deny him a chance to speak. That is how serious I am. Unfortunately, he is my younger brother, my blood younger brother. Na nikimnyima madhe atanipatia peace. So, Honorable Watitu akuja hapa. Ukweli. Comrades power. So, salimiana tu.
Comrades power. Mimi naitwa Mheshimiwa Frederick Washika Watitwa aka Zima Kelele, Washa Maendeleo, MCA kutoka Matungu, Mayoni Ward, UDA damu. Nilipigiwa kura kwa UDA. Na nataka kuwashukuru leo nyinyi wote kuamka na kusikiza maneno ambayo mmetoa hapa yote, au wangwana wanaenda kushughulikia. Na mjue ya kwamba si youth wote ama si comrades wote wameweza kufika hapa. So ukitoka hapa leo uende upeane message, na ambaye wewe pia umepeana uambie comrades ambao wamebaki kule message ambayo umepeana kwa rais ni gani. La mwisho kabisa, sisi wote tukiwa kwa hii katika hii Kenya tujue kwamba pigana vita ambayo ni vita yako. Wakati unatoka kwenda kuambia comrades twende left, ujue nyuma bibi yako, mama yako, baba yako na wewe mwenyewe uko na kazi ama hauna kazi, uko na chakula ama hauna chakula. Si ni sawa sawa? So wakati unaambiwa twende tusukume, jua unasukuma yako iko wapi. Si ni sawa sawa? Mimi nilipita kura kwa UDA na huyu Mheshimiwa Kevin Maelo, na mnajua UDA Kakamega 2022 ilikuwa wanasema Ruto tawe, lakini tulikuwa tunasema hustler na bottom up. Tukapigiwa kura na haikuwa rais. Mimi nilipigiwa kura 2022 nikiwa na miaka 29. Bado mimi ni youth na bado tunasukuma hiyo gurudumu. Asanteni sana na Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki.
Pigia yeye makofi tafadhali. So, Mheshimiwa Nyakundi, nitasimama tu hapa ndio umalize haraka. But come over kindly.
Thank you, my brother Maliba. I understand all the MCAs had spoken. Allow me to give this opportunity to my brother who's also a NEC member of the UDA party, and an MCA, very eloquent, hardworking, and someone who comes from Mulima. Musiguze nini? Musiguze nini? Musiguze nini? Honorable Duku, karibu sana.
Comrade Power. Ai, kwani watu wameshikwa na jazi. Tusalimiane huko nyuma. Comrades Power. Comrade Wisdom. Comrade Transaction. Hiyo ni Mheshimiwa Nyakudi mtauliza, hiyo nimesema tu kwa niaba. Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Kiruga Dhuku. Mimi natoka pale Nyeri, sehemu inaitwa Udhaya. Mimi ni MCA wa pahali inaitwa Chinga. Mimi ni mwanachama wa NEC, nikiwasilisha my colleague MCAs kama chairperson of the UDA MCA caucus. Vile mliambiwa na Mheshimiwa Nyakudi, tuko hapa kurepresent our SG, our chair, our party leader, and indeed the entire party. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuwashukuru sana 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 comrades wote ambao wamefika. Na juzi unajua niliona bloggers wakisema, oh, hii chama wanapashwa kupashwa. That is the intention of this meeting. Sisi rais ametuagiza, anataka tuinteract na comrades, na msipake mafuta, mtuambie vile mnataka. Na ndio sababu there is nothing uncomfortable in what you are telling. That is what the party wants to hear, so that it can be able to fix, led by our party leader, the issues concerning our comrades. Kwa hivyo niseme hivi, tunataka kuwa mchache sana wa maneno. Nimesikia wengi ama wachache wakisema vile wanaweza kupata viti vya uongozi. Mimi nilishaguliwa kama official wa chama ya Democratic Party chini ya President Mwai Kibaki, hata wakati wake wa president, at the age of 19 years. So what I want to tell you, it's very, very possible for you to become the leader you want. Start small, keep rising. Pale kwetu Nyeri leo hii, mimi ndio chairperson wa kamati ya implementation. Ni kusema mambo yote county assembly ya Nyeri, mimi ndio kuongoza na kamati yangu kuimplement. Hiyo bunge ya Nyeri, the 47 county assemblies pahali wanakutana, mimi wamenituma hapo kuwakilisha. Rais na chama yetu pia wamenipatia nafasi ya kukaa kuwasilisha my colleagues. What I can tell you is, at one time I was also a NEC member of the NAC Kenya. Kwa hivyo ni kitu inakaa inakuwa. Na wewe na I want to tell you this, and you can be certain about it. If it is so important to your heart for you to become a leader, and not only a leader but a good leader, and you trust and believe in it, and you pray to God to give you leadership, trust me, utapata. Utapata. Kwa hivyo, unaweza piga makofi ukitaka. Kwa hivyo, au mmesimama mkasema mnataka kuwa viongozi, even before the money comes in. Because you know, during electioneering period, everyone wants to come with money. So you have to come with something apart from money that will set you aside from the others. If you want to become a leader, can you start by trusting yourself? Nikimalizia, nyinyi nimewavulia kofia na nimewashukuru sana. Pano yetu nimewashukuru kabisa. Tulipokuja hapa asubuhi, and through the day, kumekuwa na minong'ono, sijui nini, sijui nani anatatuma nani. I want to challenge our leaders. Stop misusing our youth. President William Ruto and the UDA party have decided to bring our youth together. They air the challenges facing them. So wewe, utawezaji wewe unataka kutumia tu vijana ati wakarushe mawe? Sasa such a peaceful gathering, wewe hata huna adabu. Na ndio Mzee Kibaki alikuwa anasema, akili yako hutumii sawa sawa kama unaweza kuja kujaribu kutibua mkutano kama huu ambao vijana wanajieleza mambo inawafinya. vijana wetu wamepewa nafasi na serikali, waje waseme kwa masomo nini inawatatiza. So I salute you for the courage to sit through this meeting, and we want to promise you all those things you have told us here, even when we go and sit as NEC, led by our party leader, His Excellency President William Ruto. Be sure we shall deliberate on them, and you are not saying them in vain. No. Kwa hivyo, mimi nawashukuru sana. Comrades, asanteni mshikilie hapo, and always have a positive mental attitude. And trust you me, things will be okay. Sisi hatujatoka kwa maboma ati iko na utajiri. No. Mimi nimetoka just an ordinary homestead, but the trust you have. Na usiashe ate watu wawe wanadhani uko pande hii ama hii. Chukua msimamo na ushukue. Na msifuate hii mambo ya kusema sijui usiguse ziwa, sijui usiguse Mount Elgon. Hiyo haitakusaidia. Kwani wewe sasa Mount Elgon ukisema isiguswe itafanye nini? Wewe tuambie mambo ya vijana wa hapa Kakamega vile watasaidika. Vijana wa Central vile watasaidika. Vijana wa Kenya vile watasaidika. Thank you, comrades. God bless you all.
Asante sana. Asante.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tuku, for those wise words. And I hope you told them that you come from Nyeri, where some of us decided to touch directly. There is this young man called James who has spoken very well. Pigieni makofi. You can have a seat. He vied as an MCA in Busia, some word there. Let me tell you, James, these forums that we are having here today are open forums that are able to guide us and to guide the Kenya Kwanza government on things that you people as comrades have to say and we as government have to implement because we serve you people. So what you've said is the truth. We agree that there are so many policies as Kenya Kwanza government that have been brought forth. One was the housing project. 2 was the university funding model. 3 was SHIF and SHA, and so many other. And all these policies that have been brought forth are for the benefit of Kenyans and for the benefit of you people. It is only that we agree on our side. We've had our own share of mistakes, of not coming to you people and explaining to the people down there how these policies we intend to implement and how these policies are going to affect each and every one of you. But at the end of it all, I want to thank especially the comrades for accepting to sit down and listen. We have a conversation on the university funding model because this funding model is for the benefit of you people. This SHA and SHIF is for the benefit of the people of Kenya. And I want to appreciate Professor Machuki because as you've heard, this SHA and SHIF is for the benefit of our people. Right now you can go home and tell your parents, once your parent pays for SHA, that money will cover your father, your mother, and the children who are the dependents. Kama wewe unatoka familia ndogo, ukilipa hiyo 300, that 300 shillings, you can be able to get medicine in a level 1, level 2, level 3, a dispensary worth 9,000 Kenya shillings every month. You mmeelewa kweli? Mkorada? Ama pia mimi nimewapoteza? Umesikia? Enda uambie Pero mtaani saa hii ukiishia. Enda uambie Pero hii SHA wewe nataka ulipe hiyo so 3 ama kama ni so 5 ama ni tao moja so 2 au ni tao moja so 7, hiyo do ukilipa, hiyo do imetosha mimi, yeye na wengine kwa hiyo familia yenu kutibiwa kila mwezi. Mko na 9,000. Ukienda hapo unatibiwa na 9,000, next month pia ukienda 9,000. Hiyo ilikuwa before? Was it there before? Was it there before? Hii critical illness ukipatikana na ajali hapa, wewe ukienda accident and emergency, serikali inalipa yote, wewe utoe hata dururu, au utoe hata bob. Hiyo ilikuwa before. So I want to say that these policies are nice and they are for the benefit of us as mwananchi. It is only that there was a breakdown in communication between the government and the people, and we have decided to come back to where the people are, sit down with the people and explain to them how these policies are and how these policies are going to benefit the people of Kenya. Secondly, there is someone who gave me an issue who said, how is the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua helping us? Dio mmeuliza hiyo? How is the impeachment going to help you in any way? Let me tell you, any human being needs a peace of mind to be able to work. You cannot work with someone who decides to sabotage your own government or policies that you are putting in place. You cannot work with someone who tries to divide Kenyans on ethnic groups or who tries to divide Kenyans on regional areas, because we are one people. Ile shida comrade ako nayo hapa Kakamega, ndio shida ule comrade wa Nyeri uko Madhira ako nayo. Kweli uongo? Ile shida comrade wangu yuko nayo pale Kisii, ndio ile shida mtu Nyeri ako nayo, ama mtu Mombasa yuko nayo. That is why we decided that because this guy has decided to sabotage government agenda, he has decided to put Kenyans on ethnic profile, to decide to put Kenyans on regional areas. We decided that let him go home. Let us bring someone who is able to unite Kenyans, who is able to unite everyone, and who is able even to come here and listen to the needs and agendas and what the comrades are able to say, so that we are able to implement. Hata kama unanisikilia wivu nipigie makofi. As I finish, I want to tell every youth who is here today that from January, we are going to have the UDA elections that we had stalled a little bit. I want you guys to get involved in these elections, because in these elections, we have a position for our young people in that category from up coming down. Ile ya disability, tuko na mtu ya disability, tuko na mtu ya women, tuko na vijana. So I want to encourage each and every one of you, kindly get involved in the elections that are coming up. Through these elections is one way that you are able to be elected as an MCA, you are able to be elected as a member of parliament, you are able to be elected as a senator, you are able to be elected as a women rep. I am a true example. For those who don't know, I am a true example of bottom up. Personally, I never knew William Ruto, but I went for nominations with senior people. One of them is the cabinet secretary right now for education. I won my nomination. William Ruto came and told me, I will help you win this election. William Ruto came 4 times to my constituency to support me. He told me how to win elections. He showed me how to run around. He helped me financially. Today, I'm a member of parliament. And after I have won, good people, I want you to listen to me. Good people, I want you to listen to me. This man called William Ruto came and gave me a position in the UDA party. I'm the only one in that secretariat who is below 35 years old, a first-time member of parliament. All of them are second-timers, third-timers, governors, and the rest. This clearly shows that even you have a chance in this UDA party to be whatever you want to be in life. And nobody should tell you that you cannot be anything you want to be in life. If you dream, dream big and go for it. I normally say, always wake up, dress up, show up. and everything will go your way. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Na kuna mtu ameniuliza anataka namba ya PS Mangeni na namba ya Faith. Sijui mnataka hiyo namba ya nini, lakini mjue Comrades hao wako na watu tafadhali. Nitakupatia hiyo namba, lakini ujue wako na watu, si ndio? Otherwise sitaki kusema mengi. In a few minutes mnaweza angalia simu, Comrades transact, Comrades transact. Asanteni sana na Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Nimeona my sister pale. Huyo ni commissioner wetu. Wacha ajisemee jina. She's our commissioner.
Thank you so much, Comrade. Comrade Power. UDA. Majina mimi naitwa Hadija Juma, ambaye ni commissioner katika tume ya ugavi wa mapato. Kazi yetu ni kukuja na mipangilio ya kugawa fedha kati ya serikali kuu na serikali za ugatuzi 47. Labda mnaweza jiuliza, na huyu commissioner
vile unavyojua watoto wengi sana hawana namna. Mimi ningependelea watoto wasome.
I'm here to stress on education. At the same time, let us actually do any kind of sport that we are doing. Sport speaks the best language to everybody.
Tunataka tutafute talents. Zile raw talents kutoka kule nyumbani mashinani mahali tuko leo.
Hizi mbio za Chepsaita, like all other sports, zinaleta watu pamoja.
We want to use this event to uplift the lives of the community.
Anafurahia hii mchezo sana. Hata sikaange naambianga watu tuende Chepsaita.
Wanafunzi wakimbie ili wakuze talanta ya mbio ama kuhimiza tena elimu.
This is the place to be. Hapa ndipo mahali wanastahili kuwa tarehe 7. Wale watoto walikimbia last year, wamekimbia mpaka wamefuka mipaka zetu za Kenya.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Well, good afternoon. It's my hope that your Saturday is coming up well. We're coming to you slightly late or past the top of the hour, having been following on the events of the UDA Comrades Charter happening in Kakamega County. We've been streaming live an event that, of course, was launched sometime in September. That is to mobilize the youth across the country to align to the agenda of the UDA and the plans for the youth. Of course, we have lots lined up for you in relation to that and much more, but first, the highlights. Top news. Raila Odinga has officially launched his campaign for the African Union Commission chair in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, declaring he is best positioned to help unlock Africa's full potential.
I present my candidacy for the position of chairmanship for the African Union Commission. I'm committed to turning this vision into reality.
And in Malindi, human rights activists and local politicians clashed over a civic education meeting planned for Kakokeni in Kilifi County, sparking tensions over political interference. Homa Bay County is pushing new legislation to regulate sand mining in Rachuonyo amid growing concerns over environmental damage and the destruction of cultural sites. Mining has already displaced graves and altered the landscape. All right, we start off in Addis, Ethiopia, where former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has kicked off his campaign for the African Union Commission chair in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, positioning himself as a leader to unlock Africa's full potential. And in his speech, Odinga outlined a bold vision for Africa built on 8 key pillars, emphasizing that unity is critical for the continent's success. He called out disunity as a major roadblock to Africa's progress. The Prime Minister, or the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, who led Kenya's delegation, rallied behind Odinga, calling him a true Pan-Africanist and statesperson poised to amplify Africa's voice and strengthen its global influence. The event also saw support from, of course, Odinga's political allies and members of parliament.
A call to action. Today, I invite each one of you to imagine this Africa, a continent bursting with potential and brimming with possibilities. As I present my candidacy for the position of chairmanship of the African Union Commission, I'm committed to turning this vision into reality. But I cannot do it alone. It will take all of us, leaders, innovators, and every citizen working collaboratively to dismantle barriers, foster unity, and pursue excellence. Together, let us harness our collective power to create a future where Africa stands tall on the global stage, an emblem of resilience, creativity, and unity. Let us embark on this journey toward a brighter and more prosperous Africa. Africa is the richest continent on the planet Earth in terms of strategic raw materials that have made other parts of the world rich. The paradox is that the richest in terms of resources is also the poorest in terms of living conditions of these people. This is what we need to change so that African people can be rich people.
I therefore reassure you that Kenya is offering a lifelong Pan-Africanist, an accomplished global statesman who has demonstrated exceptional and visionary leadership. There is much that our continent can utilize from such an elaborate experience. The Honorable Raila Odinga has inherent capabilities to amplify the voice and bargaining power of our continent.
Excellencies, we know that the journey of emancipating Africa from economic domination is not a sprint, it is a marathon. The journey of empowering our women, the journey of realizing Agenda 2063 is not a sprint, it is a marathon. And I want to submit to us that Kenya might have 1 or 2 things to teach the continent with regard to marathons.
Tensions flared in Kilifi County when human rights activists clashed with local politicians over a planned civic education meeting in Kakoneni. And the activists who had organized the meeting to raise awareness about local governance were blocked from accessing the venue by the youth. And of course, this then brought aboard the conflict that escalated after the activists exposed substandard project that is by the local member of parliament, Amina Mnyanzi, through the NGCDF. The project was found to have cracks, raising concerns about its quality. And our Shela Ward MCA, Twahir Abdul Karim, condemned the activities, accusing them of misleading the public with unverified claims. The incident highlights ongoing tensions between politicians and activists in the region.
Kujaribu kuuliza ni nini mnatutakia, akaanza kusema wewe ndo nina shida na wewe. Kidogo kidogo tulipokuwa tunazungumza na vijana wakawa wanatuelewa. Walipomwona yule mama wakageuka. Nyinyi nyote tokeni hapa. Video yoyote, kamera kama unatupiga video tutaitoa. Kwanza msitupige video. Ikawa ni yani it looked like hao watu walikuwa wamepangiwa, watu walikuwa washajua wanakuja kufanya nini. Few minutes wakatuambia tupande ndani ya gari, nikaingia kama dereva nikawasha. Wanted to move, wakaanza kujazana ndani ya gari. Kujazana ndani ya gari wakaanza kumvuta Hanifa na msichana mwingine, kuwavuta, wanataka kuwanyang'anya simu, kuwatoa nje. Kuangalia hiyo vurugu ikaanza kuwa nyingi, nika drive off.
Hatutaacha kuinject, hatutaacha kuexpose vitu wenye hawavifanyi katika jamii. Sisi ni kuwaelimisha jamii, sisi ni kuwafungua jamii macho kwa leaders ama viongozi wanaowachagua. Iweje sisi tuweze kuwa attack watu wa wanawake waliokuwa pale katika ile gari, walikuwa na malengo gani? Hatutanyamaza, na wakati kama huu na karne hii iliyofikia hapa, hii nchi si nchi ya watu tena kutishiwa maisha. Hii hata mimi naona bado wanatumia systems za zamani ya kutafuta maguns, kutafuta majambazi. Kama kweli alikuwa ana shida na sisi, angekuja akatuambia hivi na vile na vile.
Number one, they have failed to do their work. Information we have is that the senior officer at the scene yesterday was even drunk. He was drunk, actually.
Yes.
How do you come to a scene with goons as a police officer? Hii Kenya police are no different from security guards. Our police have turned into watchmen and watchwomen, basically responding to the highest bidder.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, has filed a notice of appeal seeking to move the appellate court to overturn the High Court judgment delivered by Justice Nixon Sifuna on Thursday, allowing Wilson Nahashon Kanani, a junior City Hall employee, not to forfeit to the state his 643 million shillings assets, which EACC had declared unexplained wealth and wanted the court to order forfeiture to the government for being proceeds of corruption. In a notice of appeal filed on EACC says that it is dissatisfied with the judgment and decree of the High Court as Sifuna judge, and wants the Court of Appeal to set them aside. EACC spokesperson Eric Ngumbi said the Commission considers the judgment a step backward in the fight against corruption, and that allowing it to stand will set a bad judicial precedent and making it easier for corrupt public officials to use their officials as avenues for illicit enrichment, as well as primitive accumulation to the detriment of the public, then go scot-free to enjoy the loot. All right, of course, that's a developing story that we'll be coming to later, but we still have some more. And Dr. Boniface Rute, the MCA for Amukura West in Busia County, has launched a groundbreaking revolving pharmacy model aimed at improving the healthcare access and reducing the high cost of private pharmacies. The initiative, which will see all 4 dispensaries in the ward stocked with essential medicines, is expected to significantly enhance healthcare delivery. Dr. Rute, who initiated the project with about 1 million Kenya shillings funding, emphasized that it aligns with the Kenya Kwanza government's goal of achieving universal health coverage. The program will also ensure that local residents have access to affordable medicines, improving the overall quality of health services in the area.
Mambo ya dawa kukosekana katika hospitali zetu. Nataka kuripoti kwamba tumehakikishwa na pengine iliripotiwa kwamba ile revolving ward pharmacy, dawa ambaye inagharimu milioni 1 imeweza kuleta katika ile hospitali, na niko na mazungumzo na waziri wa afya ambaye ni naibu wa gavana kwamba atengeze hafla ya kuja kuzindua rasmi ile revolving ward pharmacy. Na ile dawa ambazo ziko pale itapatikana kwa bei nafuu, itapunguza ile gharama ya kwenda kutafuta dawa bei ya Busia ama Kocholia, ama pia kupata dawa gushi zile ambazo zinauzwa katika katika zile chemist ambazo wanafanya biashara. Pia katika yale madawa ambayo tunaweza kuagiza, inalenga kabisa hizi non-communicable diseases, mambo vitu kama sickle cell, hypertension na zingine. So zile madawa zitapatikana pale ili wananchi waweze kupata huduma kwa karibu. Wazo si geni, kwa sababu hata wale washirika wengine ambao wana partners ambao wana support health sector kama Ampath wamekuwa na ile revolving ward pharmacy, kwamba dawa hizi zinanunuliwa na serikali, ikiletwa pale kwa zahanati zinanakuliwa kama dawa ambazo zinaenda kusaidia wananchi kupata huduma. So what we are saying is a target ni kwamba hizi dawa ziletwe na iziuziwe mwananchi kwa bei nafuu. Hakuna kitu ya bure, ambayo inashikana na pia na ile FIF bill ambayo tulipitisha ama FIF Act, kwamba zile huduma ambazo unaweza kupata utailipia kwa gharama ya chini kiasi.
Now, the ruling on whether former Migori Governor Okoth Obado and 2 others have a case to answer as to the Sharon, that is Otieno's murder, will be delivered on 30th January 2025. And this is after parties in the case finalized their final submissions, with the former governor telling the court that the prosecution has failed to prove its case against him. Obado, through lawyer Kioko Kilukumi and Roger Sagana, submitted that Obado had an open relationship with Sharon Otieno, adding that he was ready to support Sharon and the baby. And Michael Oyamo and Caspal Obiero, through their lawyers, asked the court to set them free.
For the second accused, we have Mr. Oganda Meso. Present, my lady. The third accused, we have Mr. Jack.
My lady, I'm ready to proceed.
The civil process is where you submit on the facts and the law, and then what you submit on, if you raise new issues, it attracts response from the other side. This in agreement proceeding, this is what is before court, we are submitting on it.
Once that it has proven its case to answer, and that there's a prima facie case, to have the court please there.
We cross over to the coast, where Mombasa Governor Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir has officially commissioned a state-of-the-art operating theatre at Utangel Level 4 Hospital, a key move to enhance healthcare services, that is for the region's growing population. And now the new facility will boost the hospital's ability to perform specialized medical procedures, and that the commissioning event was marked by the launch of a free surgical camp focusing on treating patients with cleft lip as well as palate conditions. In partnership with the Rotary Club, the camp is providing life-changing surgeries at no cost to patients and addressing a critical gap in access to reconstructive surgery. Governor Nasir emphasized that the project reflects the county's commitment to improving healthcare accessibility, especially for vulnerable communities.
Tunafungua sehemu mpya ya operesheni. Nataka muelewe hospitali hii itakuwa na faida gani. Kuanzia kaunti ya Kilifi hadi hospitali ya Coast General, hakuna hospitali yoyote nyingine ya umma ilikuwa inaweza kupeana mambo ya operation. Sasa hivi ndio itakuwa ni ya kwanza katikati hizi hospitali mbili. The instructions that I have given, yale ambayo kwamba nimesema iweze kueleweka kiwaziwazi. Hakuna mtoto yoyote chini wa umri wa miaka 5 ambaye ni wa Mombasa anastahili mzazi wake kuchajiwa peni hata moja katika facilities zetu za county.
Cabinet Secretary for Treasury John Mbadi has announced about 500 million Kenya shillings allocation for the construction of Londiani Referral Hospital in Kericho County. Speaking at a tree planting event in Sorget, Kipkelion East, Badi stressed the importance of investing in healthcare infrastructure to support healthcare communities or healthier communities. Kipkelion East Member of Parliament Joseph Cherorot welcomed the announcement, noting that the new facility will alleviate the burden on Kericho Referral Hospital, which has been struggling with long wait times and overcrowding. He also emphasized the need for improved road infrastructure to ensure swift and safe access to the new hospital, particularly for expectant mothers who require urgent care.
Kuna mambo ya referral, waziri. Londiani referral. Hii Londiani Referral Hospital, juzi Mheshimiwa Rais amesema anatuwekewa 500 million. Na najua wewe ndio unashikilia. Na pia hata utaenda kuongeza hiyo ingine ikuwe 1 billion. Tayari shamba iko na tumefence, tunaenda kuweka lami kwa lot 2. Lot 1 ni ile ya Londiani Makutano. Hiyo ndio lot 1.
Maneno ya Londiani Referral Hospital. Hiyo hospitali wakati tulienda na Rais China in September, kuna pesa tulipewa huko. Hii pesa tulipewa bila hawakutuambia tutumie namna gani. Wametupea tu pesa. Alafu tukarudi na rais kwa room yake. Unajua mimi ndiye naweka sahihi. Kijana wenyu ni rais, lakini mimi ndiye naweka sahihi. Hata deni kukopa pesa. Kenya haiwezi kosa pesa bila signature yangu. Mpaka siku ile nitatoka kwa hiyo ofisi. Kwa hivyo akaniuliza, Mbadi, kuna wakati nilienda Londiani nikawaahidi, hii pesa tutumie namna gani? Hiyo pesa iko, kazi yangu ni kuhakikisha imetolewa, imeenda kwa ministry, procurement ikafanywa, kila kitu itafanywa hapo. Kwa hivyo governor na mbunge mwenzangu, rafiki yangu, hiyo pesa inakuja. Hakuna kona itapiga. Na ikifika mniulize, mimi sasa ndiye custodian. Nimepewa amri pesa ikuje ijenge Londiani Referral Hospital.
Still on development matters, Cooperative Bank has committed about 500 million shillings to support 15 water projects across Kenya, improving access to safe drinking water and sanitation in both rural and urban areas. Now, in partnership with Aqua for All, Water.org, and the Water and Sanitation Services Providers Association, WASPA, the initiative will then provide financial support to water companies, enabling them to implement viable water supply and sanitation solutions. And Kirinyaga County has launched an extensive vaccination campaign targeting the local livestock population, that is to combat the spread of lumpy skin disease, LSD. And now the campaign, which aims to vaccinate around 80,000 cattle, is the first phase of the country's ongoing efforts to protect livestock health. Dr. John Gashara, the same for agriculture, or the CEC for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, stated the vaccination campaign is crucial for this, securing farmers' livelihoods and supporting the country's broader agricultural economy. And in addition to vaccination, the initiative will provide farmers with training on best practices in herd management and livestock care.
Happy that you have joined us today here. We are continuing with the vaccination of livestock. This is our first cycle. We normally have 2 cycles in every financial year, making sure that we control diseases and vectors on our livestock and animal, particularly the domestic animals. We started by first of all training the farmers through barazas. We had around 80 barazas across the county. These now we are following from October, the month of October, all the way to the mid of November. We are doing the vaccination of the livestock. Our main target is dairy cows, which we have about more than 80,000 across the county. And also we are also targeting dairy goats. And in other cases, we're also vaccinating dogs and cats. In all these is to ensure that we control the diseases and we make sure that we are ensuring that we have safety of our livestock and lives of our people.
Shukuru sana county government vile wamekuja hapa karibu. Unaona sana twendi kwa Keto Deep juu vile serikali inakuja kwa sisi hapa nyumbani kwetu. Inatuokolea kusave wakati na unapata hiyo wakati yenye ulikuwa enda upo.
Watu wa county wametutembelea, wamekuja kutufanyia vaccination ya wanyama. Wametulipisha 100 kwa kila mnyama, kwa hivyo wangu walikuwa 16, hiyo ni 1600. Lakini ingelikuwa ni private, wangetulipisha 1000, kwa hivyo 1016. Kwa hivyo hapo tumesave.
The national government has pledged to support Bomet County in strengthening its health and agriculture sectors. And Dr. Augustine Cheriot, presidential advisor on health, confirmed that the government will then partner with the World Bank to help farmers improve their yields through the use of modern dairy farming techniques and quality potato seeds. And Governor Hilary Barchok of Bomet County also welcomed the support, noting that the county has already submitted a list of required medical equipment to the national government. The governor also praised the shift from NHIF to the newly introduced SHA, which is expected to benefit all Kenyans or more Kenyans.
The national government are working with the county government to put together a team of extension staff, which we call them entrepreneurs. I think within maybe this month, the governor will be launching, where I think we are getting at least 5 extension staff in every ward to support our farmers, to enhance productivity, so that as a country we are full self-sufficient. We used to spend close to $4 billion every year as a country to import food. So we want to change that round, to ensure that our farmers are the ones producing the food instead of importing.
We have shared the list of equipment that we require, and as we are speaking, that list has been sent to the people who are going to support us to ensure that the facility is well equipped. So even in the selection of the personnel that will be working with that facility, a lot of energy and a lot of information will be collected so that we don't make mistakes.
Homa Bay County is taking steps to regulate sand mining in Rachuonyo constituency, where residents have raised concerns on environmental and cultural matters. Mining operations have altered the landscape, with mining trucks displacing graves and damaging cultural sites. And now Francis Odalo, the County Director of Mining and Excavation, confirmed that a proposal to regulate sand mining has been forwarded to the County Assembly for approval. County Commissioner Moses Lilan urged residents to comply with the upcoming regulations, which aim to prevent further environmental degradation and ensure sustainable practices in sand mining.
Mchanga ilianza kuchimbwa 1986 na ilikuwa mchanga safi ya kujenga nyumba.
Hatuwezi tena kupata namna ya kurejesha hii ardhi irudi hali ambayo alikuwa zamani. Ni kama tumeharibu kabisa.
Ni mkwaburi. Kaburi ingine ilikuwa hapa, ingine ilikuwa hapa. Hii ilikuwa boma ya mtu.
As a department, we are now coming up with a policy to address the menace of sand harvesting, and the policy is all about sand harvesting, conservation, and mining.
Know what it takes for people to do quarrying. Those areas are very loose now,
they are prone to collapse, and we are asking anyone who is doing that business to stop.
Patrick Kilemi, Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs, has called on cooperatives to invest in the health sector, pointing to the success of such ventures in Nyeri County. Speaking at a 5-day cooperative conference in Narok, Kilemi encouraged cooperative societies to expand their investment portfolios by venturing into healthcare, which can provide members with both financial benefits as well as access to better services. Kamau Ngamau, Vice Chancellor of Cooperative University, also urged cooperatives to embrace technology to improve service delivery and urged the creation of new policies to adapt to the evolving needs of the sector.
The government of Kenya is pushing through the Cooperative Bill 2024, which has tried to capture the spirit of the digital transformation in the law to ensure that the challenges that come with this digital transformation are taken care of. The United Nations is emphasizing the role the cooperative movement can play in eradicating rural poverty, in making sure that our people, most of people in rural villages across Africa, we harness their potential, we harness their effort, we harness their hustles to make sure that they are playing a significant role in the nation buildings of their respective countries.
The maize, the dairy, and the potato value chains, bringing together all the players so that they can be able to access a platform where all the resources that they need, if it is accessing inputs, they can do it through the platform, accessing credit, accessing even advisory services and markets.
Kongamano hili limeangazia nafasi ya matumizi ya majukwaa ya kidijitali katika kuendelesha mambo ya vyama vya ushirika.
And to sports, Athletics Kenya Youth Development Chairperson Barnaba Korir, and of course has assured Kenyans that then they will go ahead to conduct their elections next year, since they have the structures, that is to conduct elections. Athletics has finalized and failed to conduct elections due to court cases.
In Athletics Kenya, the reason why we are doing so well is because of the structures that we have. We have from the grassroots, and the CS himself saw the structures that we have. He saw how organized we are from the grassroots, from the sub-counties, to the counties, to the regions, to national. And everybody from every corner of this country, from North All to Mandera, all the way to Butalangi, to Nyanza, all the officials were there. And they know what they are doing, and they are organizing, and that is why we have the structures that are ongoing. The people who want to vote is just to mess up, because we want to do elections. Why would anybody want to stay in office? I don't want to stay in office unless I am elected. But we have to be given that opportunity to do an election. In as much as the judiciary wants to see fairness, they have also to have wisdom to understand that we cannot hold at ransom millions of Kenyans just because of one person who wants to have an idea. Of course, every individual is modern. However, the interest of the whole nation should be considered in every decision that you make. What is the best interest for the country? So that we don't just go to the courts to hold and stop things that are moving. So you have to weigh very clearly and listen to both sides and see what are the best interests of the community.
Global stage, Liverpool are aiming to maintain their lead at the summit of the Premier League on Saturday evening when they host Aston